Fumiyasu Yamakawa, a citizen of Okinawa, cannot imagine his life without sport. This 93-year-old Japanese man runs marathons, practices swimming and gymnastics. His signature exercise is a headstand. Yohiya Shiga is 7 years older than Yamakawa. She dedicates all her free time to her hobby. This 100-year-old lady loves karaoke. Yoshi Yogi has been doing martial arts since he was a child. In his 80s, he is one of the most sought-after teachers of martial arts on the island. What is the secret of these phenomenal people? Why did their biological clocks slow down? A team of Russian researchers traveled around the world in order to find answers to these questions.
Here's a boat for my grandson, and this one's mine. It's lighter than the others.
The aim of this expedition is to visit unique places where people live longer. Without realizing it, the longest living people in these areas have already discovered the secret of a long and active life.
I'm lucky I met two healthy centenarians.
According to the examples set by the oldest representatives of the humankind, we will try to determine an optimal formula for longevity. The set of rules of a centenarian. Centenarian Rules of Life, Okinawa. Japan. This enigmatic country has been cut off from the rest of the world for centuries. It's only in the 19th century that the Iron Curtain was raised. In the 21st century, Japan has become the birthplace of the economic miracle. Modern Japan has other marvels on display too. Her citizens boast the highest rates of longevity on the planet. Their average lifespan is over 82 years. Tropical Okinawa has contributed a lot to this achievement. This southernmost island of Japan holds the world record for the highest number of super centenarians. I am Ale Gusev. I am a biologist. I am 35 years old. Ale Gusev, the chief of the Laboratory of Extreme Biology at the Kazan Federal University, has been collaborating with colleagues from the land of the rising sun for the past 12 years. For instance, with the Japanese Space Agency, the Russian researcher has a good command of the Japanese language and culture. The key subject matter of his research are living beings with exceptional abilities. According to Oleg, some of those organisms may provide man with an extraordinary method in addressing the question of aging. For instance, one of the phenomena I am very interested in is hypometabolism. This is when the normal time flow of a living being slows down. It falls asleep, and all processes in the body come to a halt. A lot of animals, for instance, bears and some other mammals, sleep for extended periods of time, which is called hibernation. But there are very extreme examples. Let me show you. This is a larva of Anopheles gambae. This subspecies of the mosquitoes lives in the dry areas of Nigeria. During the dry spell, the larvae of these insects fall into deep estivation. According to the research findings, this estivation may last for years, even dozens of years. The state in which they are, the state of estivation, cannot be defined either as life or death. It is neither alive, because all biological processes have terminated, nor dead, because we can restore them to life right now and we do not need any special equipment or laboratory conditions to do so. The microscopic insects placed in the test tube have been dormant for 3.5 years. By analogy, with real-life conditions, simple water brings them back to life. Restored to life, the larvae soak in water like a sponge and completely recover within 50 minutes after the start of the experiment. Even if we place those larvae in outer space and bring them back after a few years, which we have already done, they will come back to life and continue their life cycle. Therefore, from a scientific point of view, life completely stops, and so does the aging, just as it happens in the Sleeping Beauty fairy tale. This method provided to us by nature is one of the ways to trick the biological clock to stop the process of life and reactivate it when needed. Russian researcher Oleg Gusev knows a few longest living people personally. All his grandmothers and grandfathers are over 90 years old. His first encounter with a centenarian took place at a surprising location. This single-storied building is the center for social life of the Mibaru village. Its doors are always open to the villagers. Today, the oldest villager of this fisherman's village is singing here.
I am Johanna Shige. I am 100 years old.
The population of Mibaru is about 200 people. When this woman was born, there were no more than 30 villagers.
It wasn't easy. My grandfather was a fisherman. Whatever he caught that day, my grandmother and I took to sell at the market. Each day, we were going to the market loaded with baskets of fish. I'm surprised that my legs still function well. We didn't have plumbing for water before, so I carried water home from school and helped my parents in the garden. I still do all the household chores myself.
Johanna has been connected to the sea her entire life. Her house is located literally within a minute's walk from the shore. She spends most of her free time on the beach.
I walk along the beach every day. I prefer to walk barefoot. Even if it rains, I go out for a walk. My neighbors and I often come together here. We sit on the sand and chat. In order to live a long life, you have to treat everyone well. To communicate with people, have a lot of friends. I'm only alone when I eat.
The first thing that struck me was that on meeting complete strangers, our heroine was completely open and welcoming and invited us to her house straight away. Having lived in Japan for quite a while, I know that the Japanese are rather reserved people. Okinawa is different though. Sunny Okinawa is not a typical Japanese region. For 450 years, it was an independent state, the Ryukyu Kingdom, which had its own laws, customs, traditions, and language. It only became a Japanese prefecture in 1872. The Okinawa of today is one of the smallest prefectures of the land of the rising sun and the only place in the country where it never snows.
When the sea is calm, I go out to the sea with my neighbor. I can paddle myself still. To be honest, I don't really like fishing. But I do enjoy collecting seashells. It's very interesting. When the tide is low, I always do that.
I think this woman is very strong, physically and spiritually. We went to the beach together. She showed me her boat, and we lifted it up together. It weighs about 30 kilograms, and the old lady lifted it up with ease. The theme of being helpless or having limitations was never raised during our conversations. It felt as if her life, in terms of what she can routinely do, has not changed much in the last, say, 30 to 50 years. Okinawa is one of the few places on Earth where centenarians have been studied since the 1970s. The pioneer of this research still works on the island.
I'm Makoto Suzuki, Professor Emeritus of University of the Ryukyus, University of the Ryukyus. I'm now 81 years old now.
Makoto Suzuki arrived in Okinawa in 1972. The objective of the cardiologist was to improve the local healthcare system. Almost immediately, the doctor from the capital encountered an unexpected problem. Most of the elderly inhabitants in this location did not need any healthcare, even if they were 100 years old.
I asked that's Kama-san, that's the name of our centenarian. That's woman is very healthy, I looked at it. But he is holding the big basket in the back. Please follow me. That's I understand it. We are followed her. We go into her house and going up to the floor. Again, he asked where Kama-san is. That's she said, that's me. Wonderful, I understand. That's you are, I said, we said. I'm lucky I met two healthy centenarians at that time.
Having examined all Okinawan longest living people, the doctors discovered that 90% of them were completely healthy. This surprising fact determined the course of the scientific research of the future professor. Studying the Okinawan anomalies have become his life's work.
In the beginning of my research, I'm interested in the genetic factors. 200,000 Okinawan people are living in Brazil. Life expectancy of Brazilian Okinawa is 17 years shorter than the Okinawan who live in Okinawa. But environmental factor is more important than the hereditary factors, maybe.
Makoto Suzuki, the world-renowned gerontologist, has been researching this age phenomenon of his fellow countrymen for 40 years. Which components of the Okinawan lifestyle slowed down the aging process? What is the secret of the exceptional health and longevity of the locals?
I categorize all of the data to the 4 items. First chapter is diet culture. Second one is physical activity. Third one is self-help manner, maybe, self-help. We can understand easily about the physical health, also mental health and social health. That is the spiritual health manner.
The 80-year-old Professor Suzuki is not even thinking about retiring. He regularly updates his unique archives together with his colleagues. Those shelves hold the data of all Okinawan longest living people. The dossier of Johanna Shiga is also there. Other than her extremely old age, this charming lady boasts another fascinating peculiarity. Even at over 100 years old, she continues to make plans for the future.
I think that if you want to live long, you have to keep yourself busy with something. I like to grow sugarcane, but my relatives stop me from doing so. They say, "Do you remember how old you are? How are you going to work in the field?"
We talk to the person whose age exceeds the average lifespan by dozens of years. And not once did she say that she suffers from old age, that she's too old or that she would like to be young. All that she appeared to be worried about during our conversation was the color of her hair. The fisherwoman from Mibaru literally does not notice her age. She lives an active life. This prompted a short test, which yielded mixed results. We will do a short test now. Please take a marker and draw a clock face on it. Then indicate the time of 1:45 on it. This classic test allows one to quickly identify the signs of mental deterioration. The Okinawan centenarian drew a rectangular clock face and even all the numbers. But she did it anti-clockwise. Now mark 1:45 on it. The corrected drawing did not present a problem to Yohina. She performed the task with ease. Thus, from a scientific point of view, we see the first signs of dementia. However, those signs are so minuscule that they do not produce any negative effects and do not interfere with her everyday life, her communication with neighbors, singing karaoke, her normal routines, and taking care of her house and herself. The little Japanese Okinawa is the world center of longevity. Today there are 319 centenarians. Even the bloody battles of the Second World War did not diminish this extraordinary count. Almost 1/3 of the civilians of the island died at the Battle of Okinawa. Most of the populated settlements were completely destroyed. Only one street survived out of the entire city of Naha. I am Andrei Chirilov, and I am the head of the Okinawan Russian Society. I am 37 years old. Muscovite Andrei Chirilov became an Okinawan citizen in 2002. Today, he is a certified translator, a graduate of the local university, specializing in Japanese culture. Within 12 years, Andrei learned a lot about the nature, history, and customs of the island's citizens. Ancient Okinawa was called the land of happy immortals, and some of their traditions support that statement. They have a festival, a ritual festival called Kajimaya, to celebrate one's 97th birthday. The 97-year-olds are put in a cart, given a windmill like those that children play with, and roll down the streets. And even if you ask someone about their plans for the future, the answer in most cases will be, I'd love to reach the age of Kajimaya. The main reason why Andrei moved to Japan was martial arts. Okinawa is considered to be the birthplace of karate. However, the young man from Russia was attracted by a different type of martial arts. Diagonally, is that clear? If you do it this way, then the sword turns on its side. Raise it over your head, then a quick thrust. Now repeat that. For 6 days a week, tutor Hamamoto passes on his knowledge to his students. His ancestors going back 14 generations have not been separated from a sword. His own professional career spans over 70 years. I am Hamamoto Haisoa. I am 78 years old. To be honest, I didn't expect that. Primarily, such a command of one's own body, the technique, the smoothness of movement. And he does not look his age either. If I met him in the street, I think that he's around 50 or at most 55 years old. The main rule of the seasoned sensei is cast iron discipline. His daily regimen is very strict. I eat everything, but I never overindulge. I have never overindulged in meat. I normally wake up at 6 in the morning, have breakfast, do household chores, and go to the Center of Martial Arts. I first go for a 4-kilometer walk in the park. The classes start at 9. By 11 p.m., I'm normally asleep. The life of this Japanese pensioner is constant self-improvement. He still works out 4 hours a day. He calls his sharp 2-kilogram sword the main weapon against old age. Another secret of longevity is a special attitude to age. As most aged citizens of Okinawa, Mr. Hamamoto rarely thinks about his own age. We perceive aging and our age as unavoidable evils, as some kind of tragedy. Even the words we use, twilight, declining years, are negative. It feels as if those people made friends with time. They don't fade away. They live in a certain stage of their lives which requires certain changes. And it is normal for them to adapt to those, and there is nothing negative about it. Push it. Step forward. Another leg. That's it. During his long career, Hamamoto fully trained 60 students. Yet he is not the oldest teacher of martial arts on the island. One floor up, an 80-year-old sensei demonstrates his skill. People who have entered their 90s regularly work out here at this gym. I don't feel my age. I don't even think about it. I just work out every day and communicate with my students. If you deal with the youth all the time, you become younger yourself. I turned 78 and I still have 28 of my own teeth. You have to agree that doesn't often happen. One of the most renowned Okinawan longest living persons starts his day with a demanding morning exercise. To see this unusual scene, you'd have to go to the city beach at 6 in the morning. This little beach is highly popular among the elderly citizens of Naha. An hour before sunrise, a group of pensioners are already there exercising. As a rule, this man of very advanced years is always the first to arrive. I am Yamakawa Fumijasu. I am 93 years old. The 93-year-old gentleman approaches morning exercise more seriously than others. His hour-long workout consists of a set of exercises which are not within the range of abilities of every middle-aged person. To be honest, I haven't seen many people half your age who could repeat this, including myself. I can't even imagine how it is possible. At 6 o'clock in the morning, when it's still dark, it left an indelible impression on me. Unbelievable how a man who is 90 years old can do all those complex exercises, jog, swim, and do a headstand. It is simply surreal. The headstand is the proof of an exceptionally good physical condition of this longest living person. It is remarkable that he only learned to do it when he was 40. 25 years later, Mr. Yamakawa ran his first marathon. I started jogging when I was 55. At the age of 65, I ran a marathon in Naha. Quite late in life, isn't it? At the age of 69, I learned about the track and field competitions for pensioners. I have taken part in them ever since. I do hammer throwing and long jumping. The sport career of Mr. Yamakawa started after his retirement. Prior to that, he didn't have the time. For most of his life, he was working with finances. He ended his career as a senior manager in the Bank of Ruku. In Europe, and most definitely in Russia, retirement is more or less the endpoint of an active, full life. In Japan, the situation is different. Living in a communal society, the Japanese get an opportunity to pursue their dreams and wishes only after retirement. It is the pensioners who constitute the majority of the members of voluntary organizations in Japan. Life acquires new meaning after retirement. Therefore, one's life in Japan is not divided into periods of active life and the twilight years. In fact, upon retirement, Japanese pensioners in a way start a second life. Yamakawa Fumiyasu is a member of various social organizations. Among his hobbies are calligraphy, drawing, gardening, and collecting rocks. But his main hobby is definitely sport. I am training to set a record in hammer throwing in the senior sportsman category. My next goal is to do a long jump at the age of 95. No one in Japan has done that before. My main dream is to run a marathon at the age of 100. But I want you to clearly understand that I'm not practicing sports only to stay healthy. I am healthy because I enjoy what I am doing. This is what I am living for. In Okinawa, we call it ikijai.
Ikigai is a special word in Japan, but in other countries, not so adequate word translated in ikigai in English and other countries. But only in French, there's some word of ikigai there. That's a kind of ikigai maybe. But also some elderly have Okinawan folk dance maybe.
Ikigai is the key concept of the Okinawan life philosophy. Nearly every islander will not hesitate in supplying an answer to the question of what their key component is to having a happy life.
My ikigai is to communicate with everyone, to make friends, and to be busy with something while I still have energy for it, to do whatever I like.
Ikigai, to me, is about raising young people and training students. I want to pass my knowledge and skills on to the next generations. The word ikigai consists of iki, to live, and gai, a value. But it's not a value as understood by Europeans. It is the life-giving force that makes you get out of bed in the morning and carry on living. The Okinawan citizen rarely asks questions on the meaning of life. Boredom and depression are foreign to them. For hundreds of years, the islanders have been sorting out such issues jointly with the help of support groups called moai. This unique phenomenon emerged spontaneously. Members of moai used to provide financial, physical, and social support to each other. Nowadays, the main principles of those groups are common interests, for instance, singing. The gerontologists consider ikigai and moai to be the main constituents of Okinawan longevity. Most locals differ from modern societies in other ways too. They are not in a hurry. They are easygoing about tardiness. Do not feel anxious. Do not worry about or remember evil because it only harms oneself. They still live in a communal way, helping and supporting each other. The Okinawan dialect has a word, uimaru. Maru means a circle. If you put all company workers in a line, you will not be able to tell the head of the company by looking at them. There are no expensive cars in Okinawa. Everyone drives the same cars. And this is their way of displaying equality. The former banker Yamakawa Fumiyasu cycles around the city. You will not find luxury items in his humble apartment. His main treasure is his collection of sporting trophies. In the last 20 years, this elderly man has ranked first 139 times. So, it is not surprising that he agrees to do a simple test. Now we will conduct a simple test. I will show you once, and then we will repeat these movements together 3 times. This exercise is a litmus test for some of the mental processes. It is used to evaluate someone's working memory, coordination, and concentration. Now, do it yourself 5 times. Very good. Thanks a lot. How to live longer? Exercise, get enough sleep, and learn to relax. You can eat everything, just don't overindulge on fatty foods. The main thing is to know when to stop. American food is very popular here now. Young people simply love it. And I think they become ill more often now than the older generations. In the 20th century, Okinawa experienced harsh times more than once. The Japanese economic miracle did not reach this island. Up until 1972, Okinawa was controlled by the USA. Despite this, the locals managed to maintain their traditional systems of communal living and the peculiar customs of their ancestors. The food traditions have remained intact on the island for hundreds of years. Professor Kazuhiro Tairo knows all about the Okinawan cuisine. He's been studying that from a scientific point of view since the 1980s. For instance, taste this. It is called umibudo, or sea grapes. It only grows on the coast of Okinawa. This seaweed is rich in iodine and minerals. They used to collect it from the seabed, and now it is harvested in special farms. What is this? This is champuru, a traditional Okinawan dish made from vegetables, eggs, and fried tofu. Tofu contains a lot of vegetable protein. Okinawans have it nearly every day. Various types of seaweed, vegetables, and soy tofu comprise the typical components of the Okinawan cuisine. Other than that, Okinawan daily meals include pork and seafood. For instance, thinly sliced raw fish, sashimi. Okinawan cuisine is very versatile. Its basis is the balance of all ingredients without any extremes. We've been comparing Okinawan cuisine with the cuisines of other countries for 30 years, and we have arrived at the conclusion that our diet is the basis of a healthy lifestyle and longevity. According to the statistics of Professor Tairo, the local longest living people hardly ever have stomach cancer. Okinawa boasts the lowest rate of obese people in the whole of Japan. This is due to a number of reasons, one of which is right here on this table. Whatever an Okinawan eats, the food is placed in small portions. To eat moderately here is an ancient tradition called hara hachi bu. Hara Hachibu consists of two parts. Hara is our body, our stomach. Hachibu is 0.8, that is 80%. So this means that you don't eat to feel full, always leave some room. This is the recipe for good health. This principle is very old, and it is part of our mentality. I often hear from the longest living people that it is bad to overindulge. Food is low in salt here. Is this just my impression, or is it a fact? You are absolutely right. Okinawa rates last in the scale of salt consumption in Japan, and this has been the case for a very long time. That is why the rate of strokes and cardiovascular diseases is very low here too. This house in Nishihara belongs to an Okinawan centenarian. Today there's a happy event. 3 generations of Iwao came to visit the head of the family who recently celebrated his 101st birthday.
I am Itakazu Iwao. I was born on the 29th of November, 1913. Itakazu was born 100 kilometers from Okinawa on the neighboring island of Kume.
He suffered a lot of hardships during the first half of his life. The worst times were the period of World War II. In August 1945, a 30-year-old gunman, Otokazu, found himself in the Chinese Manchuria. Soviet troops were approaching Manchuria at the time. They shot at us every day. It was impossible to find a shelter from their shells. My squadron was totally destroyed. I was shell-shocked and had a serious leg injury. I regained consciousness only in a Russian hospital. Itakazu was sent to Central Asia as a prisoner of war. Until 1950, he was building hydropower stations in the Soviet Republic. A worker, fitting work, concrete work, group commanders working very well. Understand? Understand? This longest living person still surprises others with his knowledge of Russian. Not suffering from sclerosis is an important attribute of healthy longevity. The 100-year-old participants of the project demonstrated very good memories. Itakazu Iwao is no exception, which is proved by our last test. So let's start. Where are we now? Nishihara, Block T, Building 153. Thanks a lot. What day is it today? Sunday. Please memorize and repeat 5 words. Moon, moon. Cat, cat. Pencil, pencil. Flower, flower. Car, car. How good is your memory? Not bad, I think. Please repeat the words then. Okay. Moon. Car. Cat. He made no mistake in the day of the week, place where we were located, and repeated 3 words out of the 5, not even the easiest ones, which is a remarkable result for his age. The longest living person from Nishihara not only succeeded in the intellectual task, he also astonished our expert with his physical condition. The centenarian offered to see who was the strongest in an arm wrestling match. Okay, let's do that. Okay, and he won. What is behind the extraordinary health of this person? I think my main secret is my family. I have 7 children, 30 grandchildren, and 40 great-grandchildren. I can't remember all their names, but they never forget about me. They take care of me and support me. They come to visit me all the time. Every day they give me joy and the energy to live. According to gerontologists, the harm caused by social isolation to the elderly people can be compared to that of smoking. Russian researcher Oleg Gusev shares this opinion. Close-knit family and friends are able to extend one's life. Combating loneliness is one of the rules of Okinawan longevity. First of all, live without thinking about time. Don't be afraid to try something, but at the same time, maintain a certain rhythm. Loosely speaking, keep regular hours. Secondly, maintain social links and communication. All our longest living people communicate a lot with their relatives, friends, and students. And finally, ikigai, an activity or a hobby, something that brings joy to you every day, makes you feel fulfilled, and prolongs your life. A healthy, active, and happy old age is the result of daily work. Genetics and good heredity are important, but not foremost. Therefore, the lifespan of each person depends on themselves. Our TV expedition is drawing to a close.
Over a year, the Centenarian's Rules of Life has visited many places around the world that have the highest concentration of centenarians.
8 Russian researchers have studied the experiences and achievements of 35 centenarians. Here is the result of our scientific journey, the set of rules for healthy longevity. Intellectual and physical work, strong social ties, eating in moderation, optimism, a passion, a leisurely lifestyle, regular medical care, and a mild climate. Times a week, George Tung goes to the gym. There he does a few kilometers of speed walking. The 93-year-old Mr. Tung is not the oldest visitor of the fitness club in the town of Loma Linda. Luis Carpentier from Boston celebrated his 103rd birthday in December 2013. Each day he goes down to his cellar and works at his miniature saw.
This is hard wood, huh?
Yeah.
And if it wasn't...
How difficult is to do that?
I learned this 75 years ago.
75 years.
You help make it, you can have the piece.
Elsie McClellan has a professor visiting her for the first time. This 100-year-old lady is going to treat him to a lemon pie she prepared herself.
The mixer is... yeah? So you've been using it for some time?
Yes.
How to cheat the laws of aging and to prolong your life. To answer this and other questions, Russian scientists will travel around the world. The goal of this expedition is to visit places where people live the longest.
And there were about 1,500 people over the age of 90. Our oldest person who filled it out was 113.
113.
And her eyesight wasn't so good, but she was thinking clearly, and her 90-year-old daughter helped her.
Unaware of it, These age record holders have already found the recipe for healthy longevity.
Yes, I could operate right now. My hands are steady and my eyes are good. And I think my reasoning powers are still there. So I could do it now. But I think I was wise to stop at 95.
According to the example set by these people, we will try to determine an optimal formula for longevity. The centenarian's rules of life. The centenarian's rules of life, USA. Boston, an unofficial capital of New England. This metropolitan city is the intellectual hub of the USA. There are around 70 universities and colleges in Boston. The oldest is Harvard University. It was founded in 1636. Its historical red brick building is one of the most recognizable symbols in the city of students and researchers. I am Vadim Gladishov, a professor of the medical school of Harvard University. I am 48 years old. The biochemist Vadim Gladishov has worked in America for 20 years. Now he manages his own laboratory in the world-leading research center, the Harvard Medical School. The Russian researcher has been engaged in the search for the biological basis of aging and longevity since 2003. Look at this river. Imagine that the time which it takes the water to flow down the mountains into the ocean is its lifespan. How can we change this lifespan? We can build a dam, or redirect the river, or even freeze it. But it will not answer our question on why the water is flowing. Why is it flowing? It is flowing because of gravity. The same applies to aging, and this is exactly what we want to know. What aging is, and what is its driving force. It is, in fact, the most important biological question. Most of the research is done in relation to a specific disease. However, if we overcome aging, that is, if we manage to slow it down, we will, as a result, manage to tackle or slow down all the diseases related to aging, including cancer, diabetes, Alzheimer's disease, heart, and other conditions. There are 15 researchers from different countries in this laboratory. The research is performed on animals. There are record holders who live the longest. This plain little animal has the prominent display for a reason. The team of Professor Gladishov was the first to sequence, to decode the genome of this unique organism. This is a naked mole rat. It lives in Africa. It is a very peculiar species because it is the size of a mouse, as you can see, yet it lives 10 times longer, for over 30 years. It ages slowly and is not susceptible to cancer. It took us about 1.5 years to sequence the genome of this animal. We found a few genes and processes which allowed us to understand the aging and adaptation mechanisms better, how it manages to live for so long. The naked mole rat is the longest living rodent on Earth. Its tissue composition does not change throughout its entire life. The female animals can procreate until death. Its morality does not increase with age. The study of this miracle of evolution is among 25 key questions of fundamental gerontology. All mammals have more or less the same number of genes. Of course, certain genes differ, but most of them are the same. Our end is, of course, a human being. In 2013, the laboratory of our experts started a large-scale experiment. Its goal is to compare 50 species of mammals with a different lifespan at a molecular level. Half of the tissue samples are stored in the cryogenic chamber. Next in line are the cells of whales off the Alaskan coast. We're mostly interested in the short-living species like a shrew mouse. They live only 1 year or 2, as well as the whales who live up to 200 years, and those in between them. I will close this so that we don't damage the samples. What do we want to do? We want to analyze those organisms to find genes and compounds which are associated with a lifespan. Applying Finding those, we could cause similar changes in other organisms to extend their lifespan. The maximum lifespan of whales is 100 times more than the longest lifespan of a shrew mouse. The difference is the key factor of the experiment. It is not possible to find such a vast gap between people. The average lifespan is around 75 years. The longest living people are those who live over 100 years. The difference is about 25%. We can analyze samples with much bigger margins. Then we can see more profound effects. Under those circumstances, it is easier to see the effects and discover the processes that were changed. In fact, the human being is one of the longest living beings, which does not mean that we cannot increase his life expectancy. Life expectancy on the planet increases every decade. A vivid example of this trend is the retirement home in a suburb of Boston. It was founded in 1914. In the 20th century, there wasn't a single centenarian. Today, 3 out of the 133 inhabitants are over 100 years old. The oldest is Mary Raleigh. She's about to celebrate her 105th birthday. The African-American Anita Ellen is 2 years younger than Mary. The youngest is Mary Harrison. She is as old as the house in which she lives.
My name is Mary Harrison, and I'm 100 years old.
Mary Harrison is 100% an urbanite. She was born and spent all her life in Boston.
I had to leave work early to come home, and it was miserable. It was quite a scare. I remember we had to cover all the windows to be sure they didn't break.
This disastrous hurricane of 1938 was called the Long Island Express. It destroyed 54,000 homes and killed 700 people. The Long Island Express is still considered the strongest hurricane in the history of New England. It was Mary's conscious decision to go live with strangers. She moved to the retirement home 3 years ago to be closer to her younger sister. Until recently, Mary Harrison whiled away her days in the company of her younger sister.
Oh, I've lost a lot of my loved ones. I'm about the only one left now, I think. I have a younger sister. She died last week. So I'm probably the oldest one. 4 generations, but now I have. I grew up like everybody else. I smoked a little while, only a little while. I joined the choir at church. I'm satisfied with my life, always, always. Whatever it was, I was always. I never wished something different. I learned to be content. An early lesson.
This beautiful 100-year-old woman never complains about her health or mood. She takes care of herself. And by contrast with most of the inhabitants of this retirement village, she chooses not to use a wheelchair.
I don't want to stay in bed. Gotta get going. I like doing things. I don't like sitting back and just watching. I want to be active.
I'd say that centenarians are a mystery of nature. Of course, genetics is important. Yet it isn't the only factor which affects longevity. Environment, diet, physical exercise, location. It all affects one's life expectancy. I am generally interested in the behavior of a person who is over 100 years old. Our expert, Vadim Gladishov, has never met a centenarian in person. This is his first encounter with a centenarian who is extraordinary, not only due to his phenomenal age.
My name is Louis Charpentier, Charpentier, and I was born in Canada, and I was 103 years old December the 10th.
Charpentier in French means carpenter. Luis has worked with wood since he was 7 years old. Most of the carvings in this room are scenes depicting his own life.
If that's you,
Taking care.
you yourself?
Yeah, taking care of the houses.
How old are you?
Oh, I might have been about 5 years old. My father came home from church, and he says there was a bear doing some tricks in front of the church. All of a sudden, the bear is in front of our house. My mother says to me, she says, how can you remember you were only 2.5? Well, I says, a bear can
It's a
eat
bear,
you,
you can-
know? you remember those things, yeah?
The Charpentier family moved to the USA in 1922. Upon reaching the age of majority, Luis got married. He was happily married for 75 years. It is fascinating that since 2000, he's been living all alone.
And, there's one day a girl comes and do the work, you know, of the whole house. I do what I want, and if I need any help, my son is there all the time. I mean, ready. I thought I might miss the car when I was 97, but I didn't miss it because he's always there. I mean, ready to 10 minutes, and he's over here to take me wherever I want to go.
Those people are not aliens. They come from Earth, of course. However, they seem to age slower. They don't look 100 years old. They are younger. For example, if I met Luis in the street, I think that he's around 80. The centenarian does not only look younger, he possesses outstanding skills. For instance, the 103-year-old man can speak 3 languages: English, French, and Italian.
Tu lavoro con la gente italiana, no? Tutta mi vietta. Tu impara una parola qui e una parola là, e quando tu parli troppo presto io non capisco, ma quando tu parli per poco io capisco.
Despite his independent lifestyle, Luis Charpentier does not avoid communication. He regularly has visitors who just pass by his house and are curious, as well as researchers. He participates in the global scientific project, the headquarters of which is located in this building in the south of Boston.
I'm Professor Tom Pearls here at Boston University School of Medicine and Boston Medical Center.
Professor of Medicine Tom Pearls is a real record holder among people who study aging. He personally knows over 1,000 centenarians. Professor Pearls has supervised the study of the New England centenarians since 1995.
This woman here was, she was already in her early hundreds, 103, 104, and you can see how engaged and healthy she is, living independently in her own home. And you can see both ladies are very engaging and outgoing, and that's one of the personality traits of our centenarians, is they tend to be very extroverted.
In the beginning of the 21st century, the New England program went nationwide. Today, the Boston database contains over 3,000 Americans with age anomalies.
Your study is the largest in the world.
Centenarians,
wow, centenarians.
Yeah, and super centenarians, because we have about 130 supers, 110 and older in the study, the oldest 119. In the sample we have people, men and women, who were at one point the oldest person in the world.
So let me ask you, what do you think is more important? Genetics, lifestyle, environment, or just simply a chance?
Which I think most of us should be able to get to even 90, which is amazing. It's about 30% genetics
30%
and 70% environment and behavior. Beyond 90, a growing genetic component, so that by the time 106, I think it's reversed. I think it's 70% genetic and 30%
Are you
environment.
sure?
No, certainly not
sure.
sure. That's the hypothesis.
Okay.
Gerontology is all about theories and assumptions. Science of aging is at the stage of accumulating facts. Scientists cannot yet answer the question on what is more important for longevity, heredity or environment.
I think it's many genes with modest effects, minor effects, that individually just don't have much of an effect. But as a group, you get the right combination, kind of like winning the right combination of numbers in a lottery.
But in terms of statistics, do they have fewer diseases? I mean, what is so special about centenarians?
45% of those individuals have some pretty significant age-related diseases. And then another 45%, if they got the disease, it wasn't back when they were 60 or 70, it was after the age of 80. We call these people delayers.
Delayers.
And then we have these escapers who have no age-related diseases at 100.
Luis Charpentier is one of those runaways from diseases. During the last medical examination, doctors didn't find a single ailment. Only slight memory lapses, which is the first sign of the decline of neural connections.
Can we have a small test?
Yeah.
I will draw a cube and I will ask you to repeat the cube.
Okay.
So let's have a cube.
The
Like
cube
this.
test is a litmus test for cognitive processes. It helps neurologists to appraise the state of the temporary memory of the patient, coordination of their purposeful actions, and their ability to reproduce a pattern.
Very nice.
Another hero of our program underwent the same test. The 104-year-old Jose Pizarro from Costa Rica. There on the Nicoya Peninsula, the demographic analyst discovered an entire village of centenarians. Don Jose is a villager. He is far from being artistic or creative. He only speaks his native language, which is Spanish. Reproducing two overlapping pentagons was a real challenge for him. Don Jose managed to draw 9 out of 10 angles. Luis Charpentier from Boston succeeded on his second attempt.
Nice.
And then with it, just you want this little.
Yeah. Beautiful. Yeah. Thank you. That's great. Yeah. Can you make a drawing of a horse head?
A new request from the Russian scientists fully redeemed the centenarian. I asked him to draw a horse, and he managed the task perfectly. He also drew a rabbit, a mouse, went to the cellar and brought beautiful presents for us. He has a very good command of his hands, and in general, hasn't lost his creativity over time. It turned out that painting is yet another hobby of the centenarian.
There you are.
Yeah, that's for him.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Every day is packed with activities. He wakes up at 9 a.m., has a light breakfast, then draws, reads, watches TV, and carves wood.
I'm just cutting with a simple line. This is hard wood, huh?
Yeah.
And if it wasn't,
How difficult is to do that?
I learned this 75 years ago.
75 years.
The centenarian artist is known far beyond Boston. Within 1 year, up to 2,000 tourists from different states visit him.
I don't think there's a concentration of centenarians in New England. I think that people pay attention to centenarians in New England because of the New England Centenarian Study. I think that there's hotspots in the world in terms of enhanced average life expectancy, where there's areas where there's more people living to very old age. For example, the Seventh-day Adventists, they're all over the United States, but there's a concentration of them in Loma Linda, California, and they have these very healthy behaviors, and they have these average life expectancies.
California, a sunny state on the western coast of the USA. According to statistics, 1 out of 5,000 Americans lives up to 100. California is an exception. Its longevity figures are growing due to a little place called Loma Linda. Today, this town with a population of 20,000 bids to become the American capital of longevity. Elsie McClellan allocates time to rest in her deck chair every day. This spot under the sun of California is her vantage point.
I enjoy just seeing the birds out there getting, to the feeding. I love watching the sun. The planes going over, we go out and sit outside and watch the planes going over. It's a pleasure just to be alive. Oh, look at the plane!
When Elsie was born, there were no passenger airplanes. Where Loma Linda is now, there were just few houses.
I am Elsie McClellan. I am 100 years old.
Elsie moved to Loma Linda when she retired in 1979. Today, she lives in 2 locations. She spends winters and springs with her daughter in California and goes to Canada in the summer. In her house in Canada, she lives on her own and takes care of herself.
And I wait for my 9 o'clock. Had my bath and go, and if I need to do something, like if I intend to mop the house, I'll start mopping it and then take a rest. Get up and do so much more. Then I get the vacuum cleaner and clean up the... Sometimes it's a pain, because you want to do something quicker, but your legs tell you, just hold back. And I say memory work and go around. Maybe sometimes I mop the floors, and
Elsie does not make those efforts to prolong her life. Her physical activity is a question of faith.
Adventist has always believed that it is a religious virtue to also look after one's body. Adventists are creationists. They believe in a creator God, and therefore they believe that one needs to respect one's body.
A clear realization of this religious commandment is a health and sports center in Loma Linda. This place ranks second in popularity after church here. Along with the young people, there are 1,200 elderly club subscribers. 1/4 of those people are over 80 years old. They enjoy free admission. Starting from 1958, the researchers of the Loma Linda University have been keeping track of the health of the Adventists. This study of a specific homogeneous group is one of the longest in the history of science. The Doctor of Medicine, Gary Fraser, has conducted the study since the 1980s.
In your study, how many actually centenarians are currently?
46 people over the age of 100, and there were about, our oldest person who filled it out was 113.
113?
And her eyesight wasn't so good, but she was thinking clearly, and her 90-year-old daughter helped her.
Why do they think they live long? What is the secret?
We were able to identify 5 factors that seem to be related to an extension in life. And interestingly, each of these 5 factors seem to add, approximately 2 years.
2 years each factor. Yeah.
Approximately speaking, yes. And one was being a vegetarian. The second one was eating small quantities of nuts. The third was being careful about the body weight, not too heavy, not too thin. The fourth was taking care with regular, vigorous physical activity. And the fifth was never having been a cigarette smoker. That particularly the Adventist faith, the people who are more committed to their church are more likely to comply with their good health habits as well. So the two are connected. And
It's going to be very complicated.
According to statistics, the average lifespan in the USA is 78 years.
To make a lemon pie, would you like to come to the kitchen?
Elsie McClellan has surpassed the average figures by 20 years.
You help make it. You
Tonight,
can have a
she will be
piece.
cooking her signature dish, a lemon pie. It's the first time Elsie and her daughters have a Harvard professor visiting them.
Oh, these are the lemons.
Yeah, this is the lemons. We'll take this one,
Oh, this one?
this one,
Can I take it?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a beautiful lemon.
and this one.
Okay. Perfect.
There.
Perfect.
Now, what did we do? Turn around and go back?
Yeah, I think we.
I think so.
Desserts are the only gastronomic passion of the centenarian. Elsie never drank tea or coffee during her life. She tasted milk only at the age of 80. Now she has it only with chocolate.
You're vegan, right?
No, I'm
vegetarian.
not vegetarian,
No.
but I don't eat any kind of pork.
But do you eat like beef?
Yes, beef and chicken and turkey.
I see. And fish?
Yeah,
Fish as well.
yeah.
the main difference is that Adventist tradition has always been to recommend a vegetarian or a plant-based diet. However, it's not been a requirement to belong to the church to be a vegetarian. About half of the Adventists are vegetarian, but about half of them are not. And when we ask the question, why would this be, and think about some of the risk factors for heart attack, such as high cholesterol, high blood pressure, diabetes, being overweight, we find that the vegetarians have big advantages on every one of those. We also know that the vegetarians tend to live 2 or 3 years longer. The whole Adventist population.
The effects of nutrition on longevity is constantly the subject of scientific research. According to the experience of the centenarian rules of life, extreme age is not always associated with a certain diet. The island of centenarians, Sardinia, has a specific food culture. This culture is followed even by the 100-year-olds.
How many times every day does he eat?
He eats 3 times a day and has snacks in between.
Qualche merenda, qualche spuntino.
What's his favorite dish?
Pasta with meat sauce.
Pasta al sugo.
Sausages, especially ham, fried pork. That's his favorite.
And the wines, red wine? No?
Every day, for lunch and dinner.
Cena, sempre.
Okay.
However, experiments were conducted to determine the role of calories on life expectancy, and quite a lot of those experiments for over 100 years. It was first done on rats and mice. At present, it is determined that the limitation of calories prolongs the life of worms, flies, mice, and rats. However, in case of macaques, the findings are somewhat contradictory. One study confirmed that effect, the other didn't. As far as vegetarianism is concerned, we can't form any definitive conclusions because it is challenging to study this topic with certain controls in place.
What is your secret? Secret for long life. Do you think it's the
Well,
food?
I never drank or smoked or went to parties. God has been in my life ever since I was a baby.
So you think the faith is an important factor?
Oh, yes.
Elsie's father was very religious. He died at the age of 83. His wife lived to 79. Elsie had 9 siblings.
There's 2 of us. My sister, who's 95, but she doesn't want to live to be 100. And me, I just think that God is so good, I'll live as long as He lets me.
Well, I don't think it's genetics. I don't think there's any reason to think that we are biologically different. We've done a little bit of genomics work on just looking at a few genes, and they were no different in terms of the frequency. So I think we can put that one.
Officially, Loma Linda was founded in 1970. The first settlers arrived here at the end of the 19th century. For a lengthy period of time, people only married those belonging to the same denomination. It was a closed society which protected its gene pool. Vadim uses a quick method to determine the history of longevity of a specific region. He visits the local cemetery. The main conclusion is that the beneficial role of heredity in the longevity of California Adventists should not be ruled out. Here's one grave, a husband and a wife, Frank Lorch and Ruth Lorch. Frank died at the age of 94. His wife died at the age of 100. Next to it is another grave of Walter Land, 102 years old, born in 1883, died in 1985. The oldest in the cemetery turned out to be a man born at the end of the 18th century. He died at the age of 115. For those troubled times, his lifespan seems simply surreal. In this case, I guess you would need proof of his longevity, as it's very close to the record of 122 years. In fact, of course, I can't say for sure, but within 1 hour, we managed to find graves of 4 people over 100 years old. There were a lot of people who died in their 90s, and in general, very old people. It's evident that people live long lives in Loma Linda, and that it's been going on for a long time here.
That is really based upon the notion that the vast majority of us should live to close to 90. And in order to do that, not smoking, not drinking, maybe a little bit of alcohol, being vegetarian or at least avoiding red meat as much as possible, regular exercise virtually every day, also doing things that help manage your stress. It isn't so much the amount of stress that is, I think, important. Some people have a lot of stress in their lives.
Loma Linda in Spanish means a beautiful hill. This glamorous house was built on the very top of this hill. You can see the entire city from here. The owner is about to celebrate his 100th birthday.
My name is Ellsworth Wareham, and I'm 99 years old.
The 99 years of life of Dr. Wareham were very stressful. During the Second World War, the 30-year-old Ellsworth served as a doctor in the Pacific Ocean Fleet. He was in the territorial waters of Japan at the time of the atomic bomb explosions in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It was the first war that he experienced.
I put in my service in World War II, so I wasn't required to be in the Vietnamese War. This picture is a picture of us operating in Vietnam. This was the last year before Vietnam fell, and we were operating in a private hospital. Some interesting pictures here. This is a picture of the Vice President.
In peacetime, the future longest living person was fully immersed in work. He did 200 surgeries in a year. Ellsworth is a cardiac surgeon. His profession is associated with continuous stress. leading stress handling specialist among gerontologists, works in Northern California, close to San Francisco.
My name is Gordon Lithgow. I'm a professor here at the Buck Institute and I'm 50 years old.
The Buck Institute for Research on Aging is a cutting-edge scientific center built with funds from a variety of benefactors. It is located in the center of a huge plot of untouched nature. The main goal of the researchers is to increase life expectancy of Homo sapiens, human beings. According to Professor Lithgow, the important factor of longevity is the body's resistance to stress.
Yes, although we're moving into mouse and
How does stress affect aging?
Well, we think it affects aging a great deal. For example, old animals and people are very sensitive to stress. And we also find that when we make an animal longer lived through a drug or a genetic mutation, we think it really primes the system. We have lots of defense systems against stress. And a little bit of stress turns on those defense systems. Yeah. This is something called hormesis. A tiny amount of stress can be good for you. Kind of what doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
In the laboratory, Gordon Lithgow learned to stimulate the body's systems which bear the impact of stress. As a result of those experiments, the lifespan of worms and flies in the laboratory were increased.
So we slow aging in the laboratory by feeding the animals different kinds of compounds. We screen chemical compound libraries for drug-like molecules that affect signaling pathways and hormonal pathways in the animal. And so we can make centenarian worms quite easily in the laboratory. And we can do this in laboratory mice as well. So it seems possible that we can intervene and slow aging pathology in humans.
A pill against aging is not science fiction, as the gerontologists say. Modern science knows at least 5 chemical compounds which prolong the life of laboratory animals. The final goal is to find the compounds which will produce the same effect on a human being. The search for the elixir of life is done by hundreds of laboratories around the world. The laboratory of our expert, Vadim Gladishov, is no exception.
We also study centenarians. So why do you think there are human centenarians?
Centenarians are really unusual people.
Yeah.
And we really don't know exactly why certain people have this ability to dodge chronic disease during normal aging, somehow get out there. But I suspect that stress resistance and the ability to combat stress is one of the features.
Yeah.
Dr. Wareham was seriously ill only when he was young. He had tuberculosis. His body recovered from this grave disease without the aid of medicine. Later on, not a single illness prevented this man from reaching fantastic results. Ellsworth assisted with surgeries until he was 95.
I could operate right now. My hands are steady, my eyes are good, and I think my reasoning powers are still there. So I could do it now, but I think I was wise to stop at 95.
Based on his experience, Ellsworth came up with a few rules which helped him to personally address stress. The first rule is to find a job you love. The second rule is to rest more.
I learned in my profession how to go to sleep quite quickly. And I think that, let us say, I could leave you and I could lie down and I could be asleep in 15 minutes right now. One does, of course, have to consider other things like exercise, which is very important. I don't spend time worrying about things that I can't do anything about. Anybody can realize that there are a lot of things you can't do anything about.
One more component of longevity, named by the 99-year-old man Ellsworth Wareham, is a close-knit family. In 2013, he and his wife celebrated 63 years of marriage. They have 5 children, 8 grandchildren, and 3 great-grandchildren.
I'm realistic. 9 times as many women live to be 100 as men. So for when you find a man that's 100, that's pretty unusual. I don't really care to live beyond my strength. I've lived a good, enjoyable life. I've been in the right profession. I've enjoyed what I did. I've enjoyed my family. And so I'm ready to go, you know what I mean?
Having flown across America and having talked to scientists in Boston, Loma Linda, and San Francisco, Harvard professor Vadim Gladishov is ready to conclude his encounters with the centenarians. Certainly heredity is important when it comes to longevity. Parents' genes. Luck is also important, to not have any serious injuries during one's lifetime. But you can change your life, you can live longer. One has to be physically active, socially involved, eat well, and have a career which literally pulls you into longevity. The expert made his conclusions. The Centenarians' Rules of Life project continues its search for the formula of longevity. Moscow time, 11:30 a.m. The morning in the Safanov's apartment is only now starting. The head of the house, Dmitry, stayed up late again working on his computer. I am now working on a new book of, I'd say, a philosophical nature. It's titled More on Human Destiny. The writer dedicated his new book to his beloved great-granddaughter. A 98-year difference between them does not hinder their friendship.
Ah, he's 104. He's my centenarian.
There are people who have managed to trick time. They don't age the way everybody else does. No city's polluted environment, stress, or shortage of organic foods prevented their anomalous longevity.
Vasily Artemovich, you are still good at playing with a ball, even at the age of 100.
True. What secrets do the centenarians hold? Why do their biological clocks slow down?
Back then, we lived in Evpatoria, Crimea. Nikolai II and his family came there. I wasn't yet 3 at the time.
To answer those and many other questions, a team of Russian researchers set on a journey across the world. Every 10 years, the amount of centenarians doubles. This is a good indication that humanity is on the right track. There is hope. The goal of our expedition is to study the oldest representatives of humankind. Unaware of it, these age record holders have already found the recipe of healthy longevity.
And 10 times like this. Wow.
According to the example set by these people, we will try to determine an optimal formula for longevity. The Centenarians' Rules of Life. Moscow. A building on the Bersenevskaya embankment, 2 steps away from the Kremlin. The monumental block of flats was built in 1931. This historic building hosted the upper crust of the Soviet state. The political party officials, celebrities, famous performers, writers, and scientists. Today, one of the oldest citizens of Moscow is welcoming guests to his apartment in this legendary building. Dmitry Safonov, born on the 12th of October, 1909. In 2014, a former diplomatic official, Dmitry Safonov, celebrated his 105th birthday. His unusual apartment in the very center of Moscow is the starting point of our scientific journey around Russia.
I'm Vera Misina, a doctor of biological sciences, senior research scientist at the Institute of General Genetics. I'm 34 years old.
Vera Misina, the doctor of biological sciences, has been interested in the questions of longevity since she was a student.
It is clear that everything is born and that everything dies. This is naturally indisputable. But why is it particularly 100? Who imposed those limitations? How can we extend those borders? That is the question. Nikolai Petrovich Dubinin, a genetic scientist, said that human beings are not limited to living for 100 years. They could even live up to 350. I think this film will help me primarily to systemize my questions somehow, to give answers to some and possibly formulate the rules, which will help me personally to live longer.
Dmitry Safonov lived 90 years out of his over 100 years life in the cities. As a teenager, he fled from his village to Leningrad. Then he found himself in Moscow. He graduated from the Bauman Technical College on the day when the Second World War came to the USSR, the 22nd of June, 1941. A year after the victory, Safonov started his service in the People's Commissariat of Foreign Affairs. I worked in the USA in the Secretariat of the United Nations Organization, and in England, and I opened embassies in 3 countries in Africa, the first Soviet embassies. In 2 of those African countries, Uganda and Liberia, I worked as an ambassador, 5 years in each. The centenarian retired in 1977. This honored diplomatic official is still a very welcome guest at ceremonial receptions in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. People often ask me, how should I live in order to stay alive for as long as you have? I usually answer that I've never followed any special rules. Moreover, I did deviate from a healthy lifestyle quite a bit. For instance, I smoked for more than 30 years. I also drank, but I always knew when to stop. I never drank too much or ate too much. Everything in moderation. Dmitry tried to stop smoking a few times, but he only succeeded when he was 59. After 20 years, the Kremlin doctors issued their verdict: a heart valve replacement. When they first diagnosed me with this, they said, it will last you forever. However, I wore it out, and they had to insert a new one saying, well, this time you won't need to have it replaced for sure. But I had to have it replaced the 3rd time, and recently, the 4th time. This time I think I will suffice to the end. The issue with a heart valve is the only serious health issue the 104-year-old man has. There are no other serious diseases in his medical records. Even the 10 years he spent in the hot climate of Africa did not affect his unprecedented health. I am a knight of the Great Award of the Liberation of Africa.
Do you remember when you received this award?
Sure I do. It was around 1975.
In 1975?
1975. A good memory is a prerequisite for a high-quality life. Almost all the participants in our scientific journey demonstrate brilliant long-term memories at the age of 100. Dmitry is no exception. I remember it very well. The way the First World War started. We lived on a farm. There was a threshing mill nearby. All of a sudden, we see someone galloping over from the neighboring farm. He approached our threshing mill, and my grandfather asked him, "What has happened?" He said, "The war started." And then someone started howling, not crying, but howling, which only happens when someone dies, when someone close to you dies. I'm sorry to keep you. A 104-year-old man remembers events which happened 100 years ago with ease. It is much more difficult to remember the recent events at an old age. A gradual deterioration of neural connections usually leads to a decline in short-term memory.
Dmitry, let's do a little test. I will say a few words and you will try to memorize them and then repeat them.
Okay, if there are not too many of them.
No, not too many. The first word is pencil.
A pencil.
The sun.
Sun.
A tree.
Tree.
A pitcher. A pitcher.
A poacher.
A pitcher.
Pitcher.
A dog.
Dog.
Have you memorized them?
Yes.
Then I'll ask the next question. Let's do a little test.
The following questions are meant as a distraction.
Where are we now?
Where are we?
Yes.
We are in Serafimovich Street, number 2.
Wonderful. What is the date today?
If I'm not mistaken, it's the 24th?
Which day of the week is it today?
Friday.
Okay. Let's now try to go back to the previous question and remember the words that which you repeated after me.
A tree. Sun. Pitcher. I can't remember the others.
That's okay.
A 104-year-old man managed to remember 3 words out of 5. According to medical standards, this is a satisfactory result for an 80-year-old man.
One word seemed to be difficult to him initially, pitcher. However, in the end, he remembered 3 words out of 5, including one of the words that was difficult for him. I think it is a brilliant result for a 100-year-old person.
Human memory is unique. It allows one to feel special. Forgetfulness deprives a person of their identity. A forgetful person becomes disoriented, dependent on others. How to keep your memory at a later stage of life? To receive an answer to this question, our expert goes to the second biggest city in Russia. St. Petersburg. This 18th century private residence on the Fontanka embankment hosts a medical institution where the elderly are taught to age well. The daily life of these retired people is packed full of activities, but this is not only a sports hall.
Good day, Ludmila. Good day. Shall we proceed with our class? We shall, right? To start with, in order to adjust our focus, to concentrate, we'll do a little exercise. Please say out loud all the letters you see here in alphabetical order. A, B, C, D, E,
Letters and numbers are placed in the wrong order here. This mental exercise helps patients to focus. Focusing is the initial stage of conscious memorizing.
This is a brilliant test.
The second part of the class is an exercise with 5 cards. According to scientific data, the standard amount of short-term memory is around 5 units.
So, a card, a bed, scissors, a flower, a bear. Don't be in a hurry. I'm not in a hurry. Okay, now we'll cover them.
Will a 70-year-old woman be able to repeat what she just saw?
There was a card, a bed, scissors, a flower, and a bear. Very good. Nadezhda, what is the purpose of those exercises? Do they really help develop memory? Certainly they do. We see the positive effects of training one's memory, and most importantly, focusing one's attention. The challenge is that it has to be done daily. The key is that consistency is important.
Regular memory training is a guarantee for a clear mind. It can be achieved in different ways. In the room next door, the mental abilities of older people are developed by using their hands.
Let's start side to side. It's easy for one hand, difficult for the other. It's difficult for me for both. Okay, very good.
Neuroscientists have proven that the projection zone for the hands in the brain cortex is located next to the centers responsible for complex cognitive processes. Developing fine motor skills can improve speech, coordination, attention, and memory.
So when you return home, please remember, here's a very good exercise you can do using pencils. Yes? You always have something at home you can use to train with. Remember, it's all in your hands.
A longest living person from Moscow, Dmitry Safonov has come up with his own way to keep his mind fine-tuned. At the age of 85, he started writing his memoirs. At the age of 90, he mastered the computer by himself. He published his first book at the age of 93.
You have to have a good memory to start with in order to write memoirs when you are 100 years old. There is one more important thing. You have to have an analytical mind in order to describe everything, to present it and turn it into an accomplished piece of writing.
To date, the centenarian writer has written 10 books containing his memoirs and reflections. Dmitry is not planning to stop either. He works on his computer without taking a day off. A few hours every day. I am not tired of living. It's probably because I always have something to do. It not only keeps me alive, it inspires me. I am far from thinking that some destiny is ruling my life. I am more inclined to think that it's the destiny that is dragging behind me. I am making my life the way it is, and my destiny says, I've been working beside you all this time. People sometimes ask me if I ever get bored. Never. Even at night, when I am falling asleep, my mind is always busy with something. An engineer by education, diplomatic official by occupation, Dmitry Safonov refers to his literary work as the vaccination against aging. The relationship between work and longevity is currently the subject of scientific research. The statistics accumulated over half a century allowed scientists to draw a startling conclusion. It turns out that creativity prolongs life. We have analyzed longevity and found out that classical musicians live longer. 40% of harp players live up to the age of 90. This is unusual, isn't it? The reasons are not yet clear. We are trying to discover them. Social recognition is also important. We can say that honored artists live longer than those who do not get recognized by the general public. Actors who were awarded an Oscar in America live longer than those who were not. Professor Vladimir Anisimov is a recognized authority in the world of gerontology. He is one of the experts of the UN Aging Program. There are a lot of theories related to aging, but they all boil down to two basic hypotheses. The first one is the accumulation of faults, because the longer you live, the more your body tissues and systems, from molecules to the entire body, become worn out. And genetic factors, which define your lifespan and longevity. Around 35% is explained by those factors. The rest is defined by the environment, including the diet, the location, circadian rhythm, daylight patterns, and so on. Light pollution is a scientific term coined in the 20th century. City nightlife and 24-hour lighting impact human health negatively. Those factors destroy the normal hormone balance. Receptors generating melatonin are affected the most. 70% of this hormone is generated at night, in complete darkness.
Is insomnia an issue then?
No, it's not insomnia. It's just one of the components. Insomnia is also bad. People who work in shifts have a higher rate of cardiovascular disease, diabetes, obesity, and cancer. The experiments conducted in this laboratory showed that a deficit of the night hormone rapidly decreases the life of the test animals. The introduction of products that contain melatonin is one of the priorities of applied gerontology.
According to statistics, the number of centenarians have increased. Why does this happen?
Because living conditions are improving. Preventative measures contribute a lot. People are much more into exercising than earlier. They eat better foods, are more selective. An educated person will not go and eat junk food. The level of education plays an important role. Educated people live longer. People who achieved a lot, say Nobel Prize winners, live the longest. Today we can not explain it, but this fact deserves scientific attention. A high level of education is characteristic of the city's population. A good example is St. Petersburg. Around 40% of the population are university graduates. The lifespan of the northern capital is 3 years longer than the all-Russian index. The average lifespan here is 73.5 years. There are 306 local centenarians, which contribute to this high mark.
Yes, I found a mistake. I have to insert a letter here. One letter is missing, and one is extra. Formation of an embryo. There you go, corrected.
Olga does not hear or see well. Those natural ailments do not prevent her from continuing her life's work. Her official retirement happened in the 1960s. But even now, the embryologist has not left the science.
My name is Olga Ivanova. I am 100 years old.
Olga Ivanova has always lived in cities. She was born in St. Petersburg before the revolution. She spent her childhood and teenage years at the Black Sea coast. Her earliest memories go back to that period.
Back then, we lived in Evpatoria, Crimea. Nikolai II and his family came there. We lived in a beautiful house with a terrace by the seaside, and we knew that he was going to pass by our house. We went out onto the terrace, jumped and shouted, "Hooray!" clapped and watched. And indeed, he passed by our house. But naturally, I didn't really see him. I only saw women wearing big white hats there. I remember it though very well. She remembers her life very well. Not only does she remember her childhood well, but her entire life. The phenomenon of Olga is exceptional. She's never stopped her scientific work. She works 2 to 3 hours a day, at the computer, mind you. And even after those 2 to 3 hours at the computer, she continues to train her brain and memory by playing solitaire.
Solitaire, which was introduced in the 17th century, is a card game where luck plays a big role. Professor Ivanova keeps a big number of intricate solitaire combinations in her mind. This game is a way to distract herself and to train her mind.
I doze a bit after lunch, and then play solitaire to wake up. And then I can work a bit more. I really want to finish and publish what I'm working on now. That is, it's probably vanity. Maybe no one needs this work, but you know, I just want to do it. There are a lot of long-living people among scientists. Why is that? It is because their minds are always fine-tuned. They read all the time. They learn new things. They always have a meaning for their lives. It is as they're racing through this life, because they haven't learned everything yet, haven't yet understood all there is to understand, have not yet resolved all that needs to be resolved in order to leave.
This fascinating elderly lady is an exceptionally multifaceted person. She's an author of a monograph about mythical animals. She also illustrates her own work.
Okay, so I'm going.
Okay, Mom.
I'm going this way. You can do whatever you want.
Yes, we will do what we want.
I will try not to pay attention to you.
The 70-year-old son of Olga is her support. Mikhail followed in his mother's footsteps. He's been working in the field of biology all his life. Mother?
I normally wake up around 9 a.m. We have breakfast. We have lunch at different times. This depends on my son. He's got things to do, this, that, and the other. Usually around 4 p.m. And we have dinner around 9 p.m.
What to do? That's the way I walk. Olga doesn't eat much. More than anything, she misses communication with her colleagues and daily walks. In recent years, her legs have been failing her. She moves around the apartment with the aid of a special frame. Another Russian centenarian who lived a fascinating life is preparing to celebrate his birthday around 1,500 kilometers away from St. Petersburg. Vasily Sivolapov, I am 100 years and 11 months old. Kirovo-Chapetsk, previously a restricted access city with a population of 75,000 people. In Soviet times, important strategic nuclear and chemical industrial objects were located here. A huge chemical plant located at the bank of the Vyatka River is still in operation. When Vasily was born, Neither the plant nor Kirovo-Chapetsk were established yet. I've been working at the plant since 1929. Then I left. I never worked on a collective farm. I had a lot of different jobs. I was a general laborer, then studied to be the assistant of a train engineer and a mechanic, and I also worked in a mine at the Angero-Sudzensk mines in Siberia. Vasily was born in southern Siberia. He endured a lot of hardships during his long life. In 1920, I participated in the hunger strike. In 1933, 1934, we were given 400 grams of bread. So if you ate it all at once, you would have to wait 24 hours to get another 400 grams. In December 1941, the military unit of a Sergeant Sivolapov was sent to the theater of operations from Omsk. The destination, Leningrad. Vasily defended the siege city from the first to the last day of the siege. He was wounded 4 times during that period, and twice it was a close call. The Germans fired mortars at us. One mine exploded close enough that I was wounded. The wound was on my back. I had 18 stitches there, all along my back, but didn't reach my spine, so I was lucky, and it ended well.
Good day, Vasily.
Good day, Natalia.
How are you?
I am well.
Let's take a look.
Let's do that.
How are you doing? Do you feel dizzy?
So. I felt a bit dizzy in the morning,
Okay.
but now I'm fine.
Okay, please get undressed, Vasily.
Vasily moved to Kirovo-Chapetsk in 1947. Today he lives in a 5-story block of flats, in an ordinary 1-bedroom apartment. He's been carrying yet another reminder of the war for 70 years now.
Here he has a bullet. He has an X-ray. Here, can you see? This is a bullet.
Most probably it was a sniper. I think it was a sniper, because the bullet went into my chest and flew out here. My whole arm didn't function. The bullet was found here. I was aghast. How is that possible? The bullet of the Finnish sniper does not bother the veteran at all. His only complaint is bad eyesight.
Vasily, your blood pressure is 120/80.
What is it?
120/80.
Okay.
This is excellent.
Yeah, sure, it's good blood pressure.
Your sugar level is in the normal range. Your pulse and blood pressure are both fine. Your lungs are fine too.
Thank you.
I wish all my patients were like you.
Thank you. One more fascinating fact is that at the age of 101, Vasily does not need any assistance. He is completely independent 24 hours a day. His son, 2 grandchildren, and 3 great-grandchildren only come here to visit him. I do everything by myself, and I provide for myself and support myself completely. I do shopping, cooking, washing my things, and clean the floor, all by myself. I am thinking to myself, why would I ask someone? It's good for me. I'm doing some exercise, keep myself mobile, which is important in life. You may well ask why he's living so long. Firstly, I'd say good genes. Secondly, it is necessary to follow the right lifestyle. It's not possible to check the genetic background of the Kirovo-Chapetsk centenarian today. His mother died at the age of 55. His father didn't make 40, dying from typhoid. Both of his brothers died during the war. What could have caused the longevity of the male part of the Sivolapov family is a question which will remain unanswered. Vasily was the youngest in the family. He never smoked and never drank alcohol. Finally retiring on pension at the age of 80, he continued to live according to the principle, always keep going. His daily routine is to walk for 1.5 kilometers to the Eternal Flame Monument and back home. I walk in winter too. Of course in winter too. It's very rare that I won't go. I always go. Vyatka is nearby. You know Vyatka, yes? I sometimes sit there or go to look around, and that brings me joy. Such great joy. You can't imagine. My entire body is one with nature. Over there are cars. The air is different. There, where the buildings are. When you come here, you feel it. The air is different. It's pure. The centenarian from Kirovo-Chepetsk is exceptionally fit for his age. He is one of the most active characters of the centenarian's rules of life. That is why our expert Vera Misina was able to conduct the most surprising research of the project.
The impulses that come from the brain occur there through certain synapses, through nerve endings. Over time, the number of those endings decreases, and that's why one's reaction becomes slower. That is why it's very important to appraise the reaction of such a physically active centenarian. His coordination. Vasily, we will play a little game now.
Okay.
I will throw a ball at you, and you will throw it back to me. Shall we try?
Yes, got it.
Then catch it. And now throw it back. Wow, great. Can you imagine it? The eyesight, the coordination. He's managed to appraise the distance between us at his age and caught the ball. And he threw it back to me.
After each throw, the distance between the expert and the centenarian increased. At the last stage, it was about 2 meters.
Great. At the age of 100, when all processes should be slow, when it's difficult to walk, to sit, to do any other action, he was catching a ball from a large distance. Vasily.
Yes?
Even at 100 years, you managed to play with the ball very well.
I realize not everyone can do it at my age, certainly.
Oh yes, but you can.
Yes, I am still okay.
You're still going strong, aren't you?
Yes. The exceptional physical condition of Vasily Sivilapov at 100 years old is a genuine phenomenon. Hundreds of gerontologists are studying such phenomena all around the world. But they haven't yet managed to find out the genes for longevity in the DNA of the centenarians. Another ambitious goal of the scientists is to discover age-protecting molecular compounds which can slow down the aging process. I am Andrei Ivashenko. I am the head of the Center of Living Systems. I am 47 years old. The Center of Living Systems of the Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology is a group of laboratories with an umbrella approach to the problem of aging. The main research field is the decoding of the biological basis of aging, early diagnostics of illnesses related to aging, and the creation of an elixir of life.
Andrei, what do you think? Will pills against aging become a reality one day?
I think that introducing a pill as such is not plausible, because aging is a complex process and it includes a lot of various health issues and processes which result in aging and death. Introducing certain technologies, or in the other words, a lot of different pills which can prolong one's life up to, let's say, 120, is quite plausible. An elixir of life is a cherished dream of humankind. During the last 10 years, science has progressed a lot in this direction. Having tested hundreds of thousands of molecular entities, scientists came up with at least 5 substances which prolong the life of laboratory animals. On average, by 8 years, if translated into human years. The most effective of those have been known to medicine for a long, long time. Those medications are used in the event of tissue ejection as a result of transplantation and to suppress diabetes. According to the research findings, they can be used against aging. So initially, they were developed to tackle certain health conditions, but it appeared that they can affect one's body more globally. Those medications cannot be used against aging in their current form. Their key pharmacological effect will have a negative impact on a healthy body. For gerontologists, those medications are the key to the foundation of aging. They assist researchers to understand the mechanism of this biological process better. Many doctors think that a man dies because different body parts age at a different rate. By simply changing your lifestyle, you can balance the rate of aging of different body parts and therefore extend your life.
Does this mean that young people today have a chance to live up to 100?
I think they certainly do. A, you must want to live up to 100. B, you have to live well. For instance, a simple thing, according to statistics, the immune system of people who sleep 1 hour more at night is 30 to 40% stronger. Which means that if you just sleep 1 more hour, your immune system will improve by 30, 40%. A good night's sleep is the foundation of a healthy life. Vasily Sivolapov from Kirovo-Chepetsk has been following this rule for over 100 years. His day always includes an after-lunch siesta. As soon as I've had my lunch, I drop on my bed and sleep like a baby. Sleeping, guys, is very good. Remember it. When you feel peaceful, when you feel well and have slept well, you don't need any doctor. One more commandment of the centenarian is to keep your temper in check. Sometimes people argue over nothing for some petty reasons and feel anxious. It's not good. We all have nerves from head to toe. That's how it is. You have to keep calm. Walk away. Shrug it off. Don't get involved. It is better that way. The owner of this birth certificate has lived a life full of hardships. Today, his life is not easy either. The life of a pensioner in the Russian province. Thanks to his nature, self-discipline, and wisdom, he has approached his century's anniversary with a mindset which is very unusual for his age. Vasily Sivolapov, of 100 years old, is a happy-go-lucky guy.
Without any special education, he managed to create his life to listen to his body in such a way that he lived to be 100. I think he'll stay with us for many more years.
According to statistics, the average lifespan of men in Russia is 66 years old. Of women, 76. The woman who lives in this old building surpassed that limit over 20 years ago.
Augusta Malik. I was born in 1913.
The birthplace of Augusta is about an hour away from Kirovo-Chepetsk. Slobodskoy is considerably older than its industrial neighbor. This location was first mentioned in the second half of the 15th century. The father of Augusta bought an apartment in this merchant's house in the beginning of the 20th century. As a successful manufacturer, he managed to provide a good education for his children.
I worked as a quantity surveyor and economist. In general, I helped everyone who needed help.
Augusta worked at the local fur factory, Belka, for over 30 years. It's about 3 kilometers away from her house. She walked to work every day until retirement.
Where do you go by bus? You have to walk. Look around. I've always walked. I'd leave my house and walk to Belka. Walk, 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 walk. That's it.
2010, Avgusta damaged her leg very bad. Now she can't walk. Despite that, the 100-year-old woman continues to keep fit.
What exercises do you do? First of all, like this? Wow. Then like this, 10 repetitions? Wow. I'm a little despondent now. Before I was okay. I see. Have you always exercised? Every day?
Avgusta is a native of the Kirov region. That is why finding the proof of her extreme age in the local archives was rather straightforward. Confirmation is one of the major problems gerontology is facing. We need the 9th shelving unit. This is ours?
It's almost like a submarine.
That's right. Yep. The Public Records Office of the Kirov region is one of the biggest regional archives in Russia. Over 1 million historical documents are stored here. The oldest birth certificates to be found here date back as far as 1742. Avgusta, entry 20, number, born on the 16th of November 1913, christened on the 19th of November, in the village of Kainsk-Perevoz, her father Mikhail Malik, a farmer, his wife Lydia, both are Orthodox.
Arkady, please tell me, what are those books?
Those are registers of birth, marriages, and even deaths. They came in duplicate. One copy was given to the church, the other was passed to the city of Vyatka, to the Vyatka consistory. Those registers survived almost entirely since the middle of the 18th century. Moreover, churches gave us some of their books to store in our archives as well.
Confirmation of longevity is one of the key issues because a lot of things can get in the way of finding out someone's true age. Documents can get lost, people could alter their age for some reason. In the end, longevity is a subject of pride. For any location and a country as a whole, the authenticity of the information found in the archives is beyond a doubt.
The genetic scientist Vera Misina does not have a single doubt about the extreme age of this centenarian. This old house with a Russian stove is the final stop on our journey. The scientific journey around central Russia is drawing to a close. It is time to finalize this expedition of the centenarian's rules of life.
Rule number 1, always move forward. Don't stop. Walk as much as possible. It is the easiest and most accessible way of exercising. Rule number 2, don't ever stop intellectual activity, any type of it. Solve puzzles, play solitaire, write poems, or just write down your memories. Fill your life with meaning. And rule number 3, sleep enough and don't overindulge yourself when it comes to food.
The expert made her conclusions. The search for the rules of healthy longevity continues. The next participant in our project will explore the mountainous regions of our country. Mutalif Mirzoyev from Kabardino-Balkaria will celebrate his birthday working on his plot of land. After 101 years, he still hasn't learned to be idle. He works too much. He's restless. Whether it is winter or summer, I keep telling him, work less, take a rest. Mr. Khan Chechanova worked as a cook most of her life. At the age of 107, she is still the main lady in the kitchen.
Is the mincemeat ready? Yes.
The elderly lady, Dana, from the Accession village of Sork de Gora, has just been helping her family to husk the corn. Now she's spending some time in front of a mirror. An extreme age is not a reason to forget that you are a woman.
I am Dana Bichikoeva. I'm over 100 years old.
How to cheat old age. How to add years to your life. To answer these and many other questions, a team of Russian researchers embarked on a journey across the world. Here, Murat is a true monument to Caucasian longevity, both in terms of the age of this person and the inscription on the gravestone. Yes, 167 years. A human being cannot live that long. The aim of this expedition is to study the history, customs, and locations of the oldest representatives of the humankind. Unaware of it, these age record holders have already found the recipe for healthy longevity. Mr. Khan, Bekirovna, we will now try to do a little test. Could you please fold this piece of paper using only one hand? According to the example set by these fascinating people, we will try to determine an optimal formula for longevity. Centenarian rules of life. The Caucasus are one of the largest mountain ranges on Earth. The highest peak of Russia and Europe, Mount Elbrus, is located here. This 5,000-meter-high mountain is the most iconic landmark of the Little North Caucasus Republic of Kabardino-Balkaria. Ever since 2012, scientists have been searching for the keys to its longevity in its capital, Nalchik. I am Murat Jabermezov. I am 24 years old. I am a postgraduate student of the Department of Genetics of the Kabardino-Balkaria State University. Murat Jabermezov, a doctor of historical sciences, ethnic genetics researcher, is an active participant in the scientific program. Together with his colleagues, he analyzes the biological material collected all over the Caucasus, blood and DNA samples of the longest living people. Once the children and grandchildren would not allow me to take a blood sample from their grandmother. They explain that their grandmother has never had blood tests taken, has never had any injections, and has never taken any medications. This year, the grandmother is turning 108 years old. The researchers aim to find the key to healthy longevity in the genes of the carriers of age anomalies. There are a lot of different people, ethnic and sub-ethnic groups living in the Caucasus. Each group differs from the other. Some people live in the mountains, others in the foothill regions, or on the plains. However, all of these groups boast a considerable number of longest living people, or at least of people who themselves claim to be long-lived. As a rule, the year of birth was recorded based on the words of the longest living people. The birth date was memorized based on certain events. The events which happened in this village or in a particular family. Naturally, this technique is not foolproof. For instance, the oldest officially acknowledged citizen of the USSR, Sherali Muslimov, died in 1973 at the age of 168. Sherali Muslimov lives in a village of Barzavu, high up in the mountains. He is 150 years old. He is a contemporary of Pushkin and Lermontov. Unfortunately, this record cannot be verified. That is why gerontologists often doubt the reliability of the age records. It is hard to believe that a human being can reach that age. Speaking specifically about the Balkar people, there is a term in their dialect, juzilek, for a person who celebrates their 100-year anniversary. There is also a term to denote a 150-year birthday, keshtek. Therefore, we can conclude that back in time, people used to live up to 150, or rather, they might have lived that long. From a scientific point of view, it is hard for me to believe that a human being can live past 120 years old. Those bars on the monitor are the associated DNA fragments that is associated with a serious disease like cancer, heart attack, or Alzheimer's disease. Those DNA fragments of the longest living people are normally dormant until extreme old age. Scientists are researching the prerequisites for such genetic peculiarities in the genes of 50 centenarians in the Caucasus. One of the first to contribute to the database of the gerontologist was a person who our expert, Morad Jabermiezov, has known since he was a child. They live in the same village. I am Mutalif, the son of Sultan Mirzoyev. I am 101 years old. Mutalif Sultanevich Mirzoyev is a true mountain dweller. He spent the first 20 years of his life high up in the mountains. His family village, Upper Chegum, is located at an altitude of 2,000 meters above sea level. Since I was 10 years old, I have helped my father look after the cattle. Then I worked in a state farm. I was a shepherd. I would climb mountains that I would not wish on anyone else to ever climb. Mutalif moved to the plains in the 1930s. It turned out that he had a talent for singing national songs, but his singing career was interrupted by the war. Mutalif Mirzoyev was sent to a cavalry regiment. We defended Crimea with a sword. Germans besieged us with tanks in 1941. 500 cavalry soldiers were taken captive. Mirzoyev stayed in the Austrian prisoner of war camp until it was liberated in 1945. He tried to escape 3 times. Every attempt failed. He was caught, severely beaten, and sent back to the galleys again. The orders given in German have been imprinted in the memory of this Kabardino-Balkarian centenarian.
Essen, nichts essen.
Today they are preparing a feast on the summer terrace. The 1st of July is a special day for the Mirzoyev family. Today, Mutalif turns 101 years old. The first year after the big 100th anniversary is celebrated in a modest way. Only close friends and relatives are invited to the house of his daughter in the Yanikoy village. Modern Caucasian cuisine is steeped in tradition. Its foundation is traditional dishes which have remained the same for centuries. The signature dish of any housewife is the pastries with mincemeat called kichini. Those are rounded pies with potatoes, cheese, fresh herbs, or meat. It is the favorite dish of the Kabardians and Balkars. Other than that, the national cuisines of these people are vastly different. Some people are more engaged in livestock, so their main foods are dairy products or meat. Others are more engaged in planting, so they grow different plants. And They eat different food. The elders of the region, the Axaquals, have followed different diets from childhood. It is hard to find a common source of longevity in their gastronomic history. But similarly to the way it was 100 years ago, all foods are organic and locally produced. A rare exception is a cake bought in a shop for a special occasion. On the same day, 100 kilometers away from the village of Yanikoi, in the foothills of Elbrus, another centenarian is celebrating his birthday. The passport of the head of the Uzdenov family states his birthday is July 1st, 1909. My name is Iskak Uzdenov. I am 105 years old. Iskak Uzdenov was born and still lives in the village of Upper Baksan, in the vicinity of Mount Elbrus. In contrast to most of his neighbors, he learned to read and write. He went to elementary school at the local mosque. His parents were very religious. Two of my elder brothers died within a week. I was taken out of school and appointed as a record keeper. Then I was made a bookkeeper. I even worked as a secretary in the local council. In 1944, all of us were taken as prisoners and sent to Kazakhstan. We lived there for a long time. We barely survived. But they wouldn't give us any work here. I could only find work as a shepherd. Iskak Uzdenov worked as a shepherd up the mountains until he was 70. Religious commandments and traditional values determined his lifestyle. I never smoked a cigarette in my entire life. It's very bad for you. Cigarettes destroy one's health. Vodka destroys life. Once, someone added some vodka to my glass of wine, and after that, I stopped drinking alcohol. Thanks to Allah, He supports me. This wise man lived happily with his wife, who was the same age as him for 70 years. She died in 2013. Shortly before she died, a local newspaper published an article dedicated to this unique long-living couple entitled 200 Years Between Two. I love life. I'd live another 100 years if I had a chance to. You cannot get tired of living. Someone with a soul has a desire to live at any age. Despite hardships, old age, and a loss of the woman he loved, Iskak Uzdenov is far from being miserable. According to local gerontologists, a love of life is inherent to the Caucasian centenarians.
I'm Alla Inarokova. I'm 65 years old. I'm the chief of the Kabardino-Balkaria Gerontology Society of the Russian Academy of Sciences.
Professor Alla Inarokova has been keeping an eye on the health of her older countrymen since the late 1990s. Since then, the Republic Gerontology Center has conducted hundreds of psychological tests.
Having a chance to compare people in our gerontology center, we arrived at the conclusion that long-living people are more emotionally stable and more positive. It is psychological. It is about their attitude towards life and possibly, just possibly, some genetic prerequisites.
High tolerance to stress, equability of mind, and optimism. These are the qualities of most locals who reached the age of 100. And one more constituent regarding their longevity. They are not alone in their old age.
Usually, they live in big families, consisting of a few generations, and they feel needed. The families of old people in the Caucasus take very good care of them. They are treated as something fragile, like a crystal vase.
A centenarian from the vicinity of Mount Elbrus is taken care of by 6 children, 20 grandchildren, and 28 great-grandchildren. Relatives emphasize his clear thinking and interest in the events happening way beyond his own village. Iskak is the perfect candidate for a short test. We will do a little test now. You'll have to answer a few questions. When were you born? In 1909, in July. This is one of the first tests in the history of gerontology. A set of 10 questions aimed at appraising one's mental abilities was developed by Professor Henry Hawkinson from Great Britain in 1972. One more question. When did the First World War start? The last one? The first one. I can't remember that. Okay. The First World War? Yes. I can't remember. Of course, he did not answer all the questions, but he did provide answers to such difficult questions as who the current president is, with astonishing ease. Can you tell me the name of the president of Russia? Putin. The last task was the most challenging. He was asked to count down from 20 to 1. And he managed that task perfectly. Not only did he count in his own language, but also in Russian. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14. Iskak Uzdenov completed half of the task successfully. An excellent result for someone born in 1909. An important task of our program is to verify the age of our participants. It turned out to be rather challenging in the North Caucasus. The project expert, Murat Jabermezov, had to immerse himself in the history of the region, making a lot of discoveries along the way. It is remarkable that a lot of the longest living people celebrate their birthday on the same day, in the beginning of July. Most of the oldest living people of this region have their birthday on the 1st of July. The thing is that in the time of the Soviet Union, if one did not know their birthday, it was assigned to the middle of the year, that is, the 1st of July. As a result of a thorough investigation, the researcher from Nalchik managed to find out the real age of Iskak Uzdenov. But to start with, we are going to find the oldest citizen of Kabardino-Balkaria. My database has around 200 old people. The oldest one is 108 years old. But there is an old lady in the village who I have never met before. They say she is over 120 years old. Her family calls her Nana, which means grandmother. she raised 8 children. Now she takes care of her great-great-grandchildren.
My beauty, my honey. I wish I could be at your wedding.
The family considers Nana to be a descendant of centenarians. Nana's father lived to be 114. However, there is no documentary evidence of this. The old lady does not remember the exact date of her birth.
To be honest, I don't remember. My last name is Shalva. They say I'm 125 years old.
The officially registered record of a human longevity is 122 years and 164 days. The only proof of the extreme age of this Caucasian centenarian is her ID. According to this document, Nanu Shoeva was born before the previous century. First of all, there is no exact date of birth in her passport, no day or month specified. It means that nobody, including herself, knows the exact date of her birth. Secondly, the grandmother's youngest daughter was born in the 1960s. So, having done some mathematical calculations, we can say that the grandmother was 70 years old at the time. And finally, she really looks no older than 90. The Russian passport of this woman is the legal successor of the Soviet one. Gerontologists have a theory that in the past, in some countries, one and the same passport was passed from one generation to another.
It is likely that people's wish to live long and healthy lives created this phenomenon. But it's a difficult question, and it requires further investigation.
It is challenging to define the age of the Kabardino-Balkaria elders. They were born at the start of the last century. Usually they were Muslim, and the mosque did not record the date of birth. The Tsar was not interested in those details. In the past, before the revolution, dates of birth were not recorded. Age details are only mentioned in family lists of the Nalchik district, the Tersk region, as of 1886 and 1905. But unfortunately, those lists for other areas of our region did not survive. In the past 100 years, the republics of North Caucasus went through a lot. The revolution, civil war, fascist occupation, deportation in the 40s. As a result, the archives are missing data about entire villages. We tried to find data about their birth and their families, but unfortunately, we couldn't find any records on our centenarians. The biography of one of our participants prompted the direction for our search. 70 years ago, a citizen of Upper Baksan, Iskak Uzdenov, became a victim of Stalinist purges. The records about him have been kept in the archives of the Ministry of Home Affairs. The result is as follows. We only managed to verify the age of the third longest living person interviewed. The age of the second one does not coincide with the one specified in his passport. He was younger than the date stated in the passport. As a result of the investigation, we found out that Iskak Uzdenov is 10 years younger than the stated age. So he is 95 years old. And according to the classification of the World Health Organization, he is still classified as a centenarian. old village of Kashkatau is 30 minutes away from Nalchik. The purges of the 1940s involved those villages too. According to the NKVD data, the landlady of this house was then 35 years old.
I am Misarhan Chichenova. I'm 108 years old.
Misarhan Bekirovna spent almost 13 years in exile. Since returning home, she has never left Kabardino-Balkaria again. Most of her life, she worked as a cook in the local collective farm. She retired in 1968.
Is the mincemeat ready? Yes.
At the age of 108, Mr. Khan Bekirovna helps her family around the house. Her eldest daughter turned 83 recently. At present, there are 86 living descendants of the centenarian in Russia. There are 7 great-great-grandchildren alone.
It is thanks to Allah that I live so long. I eat the same food everybody does. Butter, meat, breathe the same air.
The oldest villager of Kashkatau looks much younger than her age. The only signs of her age are bad hearing and a slow, measured walk. It is exceptional that a 108-year-old woman still sees very well. She can still sew on a button. Good hand control is a sign of mental alertness. We can test it with a seemingly simple exercise. Mr. Khan Bekirovna, we will try to do a little test now. Please try to fold this piece of paper using only one hand. The A4 paper test is one of the standard assignments used with old people. It is used in medicine to appraise fine motor skills and to diagnose the psychological state of a patient. The way the assignment is completed is also important, whether it's fully completed or only partially completed, whether the mistakes are corrected or left as they are. Based on this, we can make a conclusion on the psychological state of this person, if they feel depressed or apathetic. All this can be deduced based on the results of this test. Thank you very much. You've done very well. Excellent.
I don't need much. I've always enjoyed life and been joyful. And I don't want to die. I want to continue living.
Healthy centenarians are the subject matter of the research of gerontologists. According to the statistics, 10% of all centenarians have never been sick. Mr. Khan is one of those phenomenal people.
Your blood pressure is 130/70. This is very good. If only everyone could boast these similar numbers.
This fragile woman has never gone to a hospital in her life. Her clinical score is good. The cardiogram does not raise concerns.
There are no abnormal deviations. The rhythm is good. I can diagnose a left atrium enlargement, but in general, the cardiogram is perfect. We've been studying the cardiovascular diseases, arterial hypertension and ischemia, their regional distribution, even within the little Kabardino-Balkaria. Having divided republics into mountainous regions, foothills, and plains, we analyze the geographic distribution of those diseases. In the mountainous region, the situation is much better. The climate, most probably, affects the elderly very much, as you know. Also, living high in the mountains, they are more physically fit.
For people living in the mountains, physical work is the natural way to exist. When local centenarians were born, everyday physical work was required to survive. The elders of the Caucasus have kept this habit of working hard all their life. There are over 50 ethnic groups in the Caucasus. There are a lot of people living up to an extreme age here. In each group, they have attracted scientists' attention since the time of the Soviet Union. The first large-scale expedition was conducted in 1957. And it was done not in Kabardino-Balkaria, but in the neighboring North Ossetia. The Republic of North Ossetia, Alania, is located in the very center of the Russian part of the Caucasus Mountains. Nearly half the territory of the Republic is mountainous. Similarly, with the neighboring Kabardino-Balkaria, this republic has had a cult of longevity from time immemorial. I am Aslan Sutsev, the Dean of the Department of History of the North Ossetia State University. I am 46 years old. A doctor of historical sciences, Aslan has been interested in the history of his land since he was a student. He has gone on a lot of archaeological expeditions all around North Ossetia. And he found evidence of special treatment towards the longest living people in the most surprising locations. Here, Murat is a true monument to Caucasian longevity. It's probably the most peculiar monument in Ossetia, both in terms of the age of this person and the inscription on the gravestone. But of course, we understand that a human being cannot live for 167 years. So, is it a mythical or a real character? I know his great-grandchild, who is turning 90 next year. And he told me that the gravestone was erected in 1913 by the offspring of Gizo Marzaganov. So this person is absolutely real. Although, as far as the inscription is concerned, I am sure it was corrected at some point. You can see it too. This consonant should be followed by another letter, according to the language rules of the pre-revolutionary Russia. And it would have most likely stated the monument and also here under rests. A large stone with a carving is located at the side of a road along a popular route. This is clear proof that longevity is a source of pride for the locals. I knew the grandmother of my wife very well. She recently died. She was 113 years old. According to her passport, she was born in 1895. And even at her old age, she was hiding it in a coy, flirtatious manner. When she was over 100, her son would tell her sometimes, Nadezhda, you are a century old. She would sulk and reply, no, I'm not 100, I'm only 70. He laughed at that because he was 70. And he was her first child of her second marriage. According to statistics, there are 93 centenarians in North Ossetia now. Only 30% of them live in cities. The others live in villages. Dana Bichigueva was born in an old mountain village at an altitude of 1,700 meters above sea level. She moved to the foothills in the Iravsky district at a late stage of her life.
I am Dana Bichikoeva. I come from Degorsk Gorge. I am over 100 years old.
Dana has never had a birth certificate. There is no mention of her in the archives. We managed to determine her age based on the village residential registration. One of the sources which can at least indirectly confirm the date of birth or the approximate age of a citizen is the Rural Household Register, maintained by the local councils, and the information contained in them was frequently updated. The Rural Household Register is a unique source of information about the population, age, education, and personal property of the villagers. Those annual reports of the local authorities have been kept in Russia since 1935. Many rural administrations still keep those archives, and the village of Dana is no exception. This is Rural Household Register number 1 for 1976. What did you say her last name is? Bichikoeva. Let's see. Okay. Oh. Bichikoeva Dana. Born 1907, accession. Can read and write. Has she always lived here? No. In the 1950s, they moved from Sterdegorsk, the Degorsk Gorge. It is far from here, around 70 kilometers in the mountains. Thank you. Can I write it down? Of course.
In the past, life was very difficult, a hungry life. We had a lot of children, and there wasn't enough food. We had to work very hard to survive. We ate berries, various herbs, artichokes. In summer, we went to the plains. There was a field camp there. We worked all summer. And in late autumn, we returned home. We harvested wheat and corn.
Like 100 years ago, the life of the Bichikoeva family is all about the household. In traditional Caucasian families, there is a strict division of duties into male and female. A woman is responsible for most of the household chores, along with raising her children.
I loved to dance and sing. We rarely had a chance to celebrate something, with the exception of weddings. In those times, you were always busy, either at work or completing household chores. Not a minute to rest.
After retiring, Dana continued to work around the house. She only had more free time at a later stage of her life. Today, Dana's life is about communicating with her family and doing handicrafts. But despite her old age, Dana looks after herself like a true woman. This old lady of over 100 years old takes care of herself like a young woman. She likes to do a manicure and to put on makeup. According to her relatives, she still applies fruit mask to her face. And what's most peculiar, she makes all the women do the same things, to take good care of themselves.
Good day. Good day. Dear bread. How are you? Thank you. Everything is good.
On the other side of the Oravsky district, on the border with Kabardino-Balkaria, lives another fascinating woman. She was born 2 months before the start of the First World War. In 2014, Kulimat Katsionova turned 100.
I am Julia Mat. I am 100 years old.
Hulimat's husband died in 1973. So for the past 40 years, she has been the head of the Katsionova family. Relatives still listen to her advice.
The youth are very good today. Of course, they live differently from us, but times are different too. Our life was easier. It isn't easy for the youth now. Young people get sick very often these days. We were healthier. Probably that's the most important thing in life.
The centenarian doesn't only demonstrate perfect health, but also a good example of a positive attitude towards life, which all Caucasian elders are remarkable for. The villagers call her the most cheerful person in the village. Active and life-loving, she straight away agreed to undergo an unusual experiment. Hulimat, we will test your physical coordination now. I will throw a ball to you, and you will have to throw it back. Let's start. Aging is accompanied by the degeneration of all physiological parameters. However, 100-year-old Hulimat proved that even at an extreme age, you can maintain a good reaction and coordination. I never imagined that I would ever play ball with a centenarian. You did very well. Was it challenging? It was easy. Where does the energy and resilience of this phenomenal old lady originate from? She does not hold a longevity secret. The main rule of Hulimat is shared by most of the local longest living people.
You have to work and never be lazy. Then you'll be healthy.
The old village of Leskin is the final point of our scientific journey around the North Caucasus. Having studied the biography, habits, and psychology of the local age record holders, Murat Jaburmezov is ready to compile his own rating of the Caucasian longevity. Certainly, heredity is an important factor, but you can't choose your parents. That's why, as a first step, you need to move somewhere that is at least 1,000 meters above sea level. Secondly, the care of your family is very important. Feeling needed and loved, all this helps to prolong one's life. Thirdly, one should give preference to local, seasonal foods. And finally, physical activity is indispensable at any age. The Russian scientist formed his own conclusions: mountain climate, a large family, organic foods, and physical activity. Each of those elements contributes to extending one's life. The aim of the next expert in our series is to extend the set of rules for longevity. At noon, Giovanni Maria goes out from his home and walks down the street. Along his normal route, he is going to the city creek. For this elderly man, this walk is a daily journey into the past, to the days of his youth. When I was a little boy, on this side, horses fed, and over there, women washed clothes. Giovanni Maria looks much younger than his age. And any attempt to guess his age is met with failure. In 2013, this grandfather celebrated another anniversary. My name is Giovanni Maria Brilla. I was born on March 19, 1913. I am 100 years old. Over the past 30 years, the number of centenarians in the world has grown more than tenfold. People do not want to age as before. People with age-related abnormalities have become the object of attention of gerontologists, biologists, physiologists, and immunologists. Here is the DNA of a centenarian. Perhaps it is that tube, which will reveal us the secrets of longevity. How to cheat time, how to halt the aging process. To answer these questions, Russian scientists will travel all around the world.
The word, look, this is from, for example, 104, 103, and look how you became when you are lucky.
The goal of this expedition is to visit all the amazing spots in the world where people live much longer than usual.
I would like you to make a simple...
We are going to do a small test. I will ask you to draw a clock and set the time at 1:45. Just a clock? Without even knowing it, the inhabitants of these closed communities have found the recipe for a long and healthy life. Using their lives as an example, we will try to determine the optimal formula of longevity. The centenarians' rules of life. Centenarians' rules of life. Italy. Italy, frozen in majestic monuments and the heiress of the Roman Empire. It is one of the main world centers of tourism, fashion, and wine. According to statistics, Italy is among the top 3 European countries in quantity of super centenarians, people who have reached 100 years old. Italy has one big advantage in this silent competition for life expectancy. Sardinia. Located to the west of the Apennines, the island is most often referred to as the Island of Centenarians. I am a biochemist. My name is Boris Fanuk. I'm 39 years old. Candidate of Biological Sciences, biochemist Boris Fanuk is working with aging problems professionally. In the laboratories of the Faculty of Bioengineering and Bioinformatics at Moscow State University, he and his colleagues are looking for a cure to aging. We believe that aging is a program. The program is slow but self-destructive. And accordingly, the people who live to 90 or to 100 years old and maintain their health means that the program doesn't work with these people, or it works much weaker than for average humans. And while centenarians are rare, with them are interesting events that might let us see loopholes around this program, and which might allow us to understand how we can slow down, turn off, break, or even cancel this program. Programmable death, that's the theory, not the most popular hypothesis in the world of gerontology. Scientific director, academic Vladimir Skulachov is not frightened by this fact. I am Vladimir Skulachov, biochemist. I'm a little over 78 years old. In 2013, academic Skulachov wrote a book about the possible victory over aging. One of the co-authors of the publication became our expert, Boris Fenuk. That's the thing that was invented to speed up evolution by itself. And we no longer rely on the snail's pace of evolution. We do not wait for wings to grow behind us. We build airplanes. Aging, it's not enough that it's not desired. It's harmful sign as well. This is a slow and coordinated, strictly coordinated weakening of vital functions. Sardinia, the second largest island in the Mediterranean. It's second only in size to neighboring Sicily. You can only get to this island by plane or by sea. The main goal of this expedition is far from the coastal towns with their famous Sardinian beaches. The city Onofere is located in the mountainous regions in the heart of Sardinia. 200 stone houses compactly stuck to a steep hill. Time flows here slowly and flexible, like for students sitting in a boring lesson. The 900 inhabitants of Onofere live in the same long-ago formed routines. Each season has its occupation. They are into farming and animal breeding. They make wine and olive oil. They breed sheep. A shepherd's work is hard. Sometimes we run sheep for 20 kilometers. We slept under the sky. We ate little. It was a hard life. First of all, for me, of course, it's very interesting just to see those people who are over 100 years old. I think it's interesting for anyone, but for us more so because we study aging. And secondly, to see how these people live, what they live for, who was around them, how their ancestors lived. I think that all is very important, and perhaps by looking at them, and then by looking at centenarians in other places, we can determine some general patterns, why these people live so long. He retired from shepherding on Onofere in his 60s in the last century, but rest only started 10 years ago. Until he was 92, this elder worked in the garden and on the farm. Now his life is communication with relatives, some television, and daily walks. I like the calm, quiet life without any fuss, in order to not hurt anything, because all my life I have worked hard. But I survived, and I'm still alive. I'm relaxing now. I'm enjoying my life. Centenarians, this is definitely a certain phenomenon, and it is interesting to know, in fact, what it involves, what correlates to it. Climate, diet, and cultural practices, family, relationships with family, in general, more or less all, stress, lack of stress, the pace of life, that kind of thing. The Roman ferry arrives in Sardinia with the dawn, in the early morning. The first point of our destination, the city of Sassari. It is located in the northwest of the island. In this city lives and works a person who is personally acquainted with every Sardinian centenarian. We have in Sardinia at least 1.6 million inhabitants, yet only 35,000 families. And in these families, there are 370 centenarians. In total, our archive recorded data on 3,000 super seniors starting from 1866. So we have here a permanent presence of this age phenomenon. And when it's such a wealth of material at hand, it would be a sin not to take advantage of it. University of Sassari professor Luca Deana is an expert on centenarians. He has been studying the aging achievements of his countrymen for 16 years. Staff at his laboratory regularly inspect all the inhabitants of Sardinia who have stepped past the 100-year milestone. There are several factors that explain this unique phenomenon of longevity. We are interested in everything, but above all, genetics. We are studying the genomes of our centenarians and their close relatives.
Hello.
I am glad to meet you. Welcome to the island of centenarians. This land sets the record by the number of centenarians, and anyone who comes here gets a chance to live up to such an advanced age. So you too are now a candidate for centenarians. So what's going on here? Here we process the blood samples that we select during visits to homes of older people. About once a year, we update our data bank in order to understand what happens to the human body when it gets old. When samples are received in the lab, we separate the serum and plasma cells, then select cells from the blood for DNA. Let's go, I'll show you our unique collection. This refrigerator is at a temperature of minus 20 degrees, where we keep part of the samples of genetic material at our disposal. Each number corresponds to a particular patient. Here we have only a code, because we cannot write the names or personal data by law. See, here is the DNA for longevity. Perhaps it is this tube that will reveal the secrets of longevity.
So how
many centenarians are there in this box? This freezer has DNA samples from 80 elders. Only in this. And there are 3 chillers. 2 here, and 1 is in another laboratory. Not bad, right? Assembled in the small town of Sassari, the centenarian database is one of the largest in the world. DNA, serum, and plasma from this laboratory is studied by many European gerontologists. In addition to genetic research, Professor Deana set himself another ambitious goal: to make a family tree of all Sardinian centenarians. Sorry for the mess. Here comes the daily correspondence of elderly people living on our island. Just today, I received a fax from a small commune named Saligo, which has the seal of the municipality, the official signature and certificate of authenticity. We had information that a man of the city was born in 1866, and though he died in 1966, they said he was 100 years. We have made a request. Here, write to us that in fact he wasn't only 99 years old. That is for us a man that is not for our group. And how reliable are the data? This is the official document, official information on the form. I have no reason not to trust her. Most importantly, instead of every day going to the 377 communes of Sardinia, we don't waste our time and work directly on our targets. In Italy, there are special administrative territorial divisions, a region, province, and municipality. As a rule, the smallest administrative unit of the country brings together one city and its surroundings. The largest of the communes is Rome, with a population of nearly 3 million people. In the smallest, there is no more than 40 people. In Russia, such settlements would be considered as villages or hamlets. In Italy, it is a city with a mayor and a municipality. The first mention of Onoferi dates back to the 14th century. Among the other Italian municipalities, this city stands out not only for its antiquity. Here, among the approximately 930 residents of the village, well, small town you might say, are 5 people who are more than 100 years old. In Italy, including Sardinia, it is only about 22 to 25 people per every 100,000 people. That is, this concentration of centenarians is absolutely fantastic. In this sense, it is certainly an anomaly. The trip from Sassari to Onoferi is 2 hours away by car inland. Our Moscow biochemist has a very interesting companion on this trip.
My name is Piero Pes. I am 62 years old. I was born in Olbia, in Sardinia, in the northeast of the island.
Piero Pes has lived all his life in Sardinia. He is the author of a book about the history of this region. According to the ethnographer, today at his native island there are 2 different Sardinias.
At least 2 Sardinias living in the same island. Sardinian people living around the coast, people are more open, even because they receive cultural influences from all the parts of the world, especially on summertime. But in the central part of the island, everything changes. It's a very different environment, a part of a different society. It was a sort of was created when many Sardinian people refused and so people been living, with not written laws from everybody. They respect, no matter who was leading the power in the island. They were living on their own. Developed traditions, they developed a culture, very different, and especially overall, a language. So in the central part of the island, Sardinia speaks Sardinian language.
For hundreds of years, these people have lived in the mountains in relative isolation. Professor Diana thinks this created a closed world with a limited gene pool that gives scientists a unique opportunity to find in the genes of the first settlers of Sardinia a source of longevity. There is a series of archaeological studies and documents showing that there have always been centenarians. For example, there are tombstones aged about 2,000 years ago when Sardinia belonged to the Romans. These plates have a label indicating the names and surnames of centenarians of that era. Usually there is a well-aged person in the same family every 2,000 people. According to our data, in Sardinia, there are families where this step is much smaller, every 120 people. In general, research data on how often there are, long-lived dynasties, there isn't very much. That is, the basic data that we have, it is more or less anecdotal. But the study on how inherited longevity is in general shows that there is a hereditary factor, but it does not normally play a primary role. That is, it affects, but is not a major contributor. It is believed that approximately 30% of the variability in life expectancy is caused genetically, while 70% is the result of basic environmental factors. Demographic data confirms that living up to 100 has become more often in the last few decades. In the 70s of the last century, centenarians in Europe could be counted with the fingers of one hand. Today in France, England, Italy, and Sweden, for every 100,000 inhabitants are 20 to 26 of these super centenarians. But how is it possible to find out the local history of longevity in a single small town such as Onoferi? The easiest way? Visit the city cemetery.
You see, Boris, this man is 95 years old when he died.
Oh yeah.
We have other women. That woman was 92 years old.
Mm-hmm.
That man, 90 years old.
Here also, yeah.
In here, people, in this village, people live longer.
Yeah.
We have one, I think, there. She's a woman. She was 100 years old when she died. Now I show you. She's there. Look at that. Giovanna Brau. She was born in 1886 and she died in 1986.
Oh yeah.
A few days, just 2 months later than she.
The results of a small cemetery inspection showed many residents had lived to 90 years in Onaferi. Giovanna Blau died in 1986 and was the only one buried here as a centenarian. That scientific study is not enough for serious scientific findings. You should have solid evidence of the fact of birth and length of life of a particular candidate in centenarians. Reliability is one of the main problems facing gerontologist historians. There are a large number of examples of what is called a data falsification or inaccuracy of the data. If a person is now 100 years or more, this means that he was born at the beginning of the last century. And of course, it is quite a big problem. The accuracy of logging and how records of these events have survived.
Come, Boris. Yep. Here is the invitation for the centenarian, Benedda Murgia. And in here she invites everybody for her party. Then they have the Saint Mass in the Church of Sant'Anna. And then the lunch for everybody.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah. Nice tradition.
An invitation to a jubilee has hung in the main building of the commune since 2011. This is clear proof that in Sardinia, old age is an occasion for respect and overall honor. Actual evidence of longevity can be found in the books of the parish and municipal records. Guests from Moscow requested the details about all 5 still alive centenarians from City Hall employees. The oldest resident in Onaferi was the lady from the poster, Filomena Murgia. On September 26th, she turned 102 years old.
Here she is. She was born in 1911. Her parents were Rafael Murgia, who was 37 years old, and his wife, Paola Dobra, who were living at Via Nazionale 36. The baby girl was named Filomena. She was born on September 26th.
Further study of metrics revealed a sensational fact. 2 of the 5 local centenarians are relatives. Brother and sister were born with a difference of 2 years and have lived until now.
1913, here's Giuseppe. October 23rd, Rafael Murgia came to 2 employees from the same institution. He lived at the same address on Via Nazionale with his wife, Paola. They had a male child who was named Giuseppe.
Sardinia is quite interesting in the fact that here a century or more ago were accurate records, strict, verified, which are duplicated at the registration department. Well, actually in the municipality and in the church book. In my view, what we have seen here is trustworthy. Our short investigation is completed. Boris is very close to the main goal of his journey, encounters with longevity. The scientist has never seen people who have lived for a whole century.
Buongiorno.
Ciao.
Hello.
Come va? Bene?
Great. Beautiful place.
Beautiful.
So this is the house.
E qui abbiamo la centenaria.
Ah.
La centenaria che ci sta aspettando.
So we go in.
Filomena, the most elderly resident of Onaferi, spends her days next to her favorite place, the fireplace. The aging process is primarily related to the violation of the body's energy supply. Over time, the cell's power plants, the mitochondria, begin to function much worse. These intercellular structures recycle with oxygen nutrients into energy. In old age, mitochondrial efficiency decreases sharply. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you? We are from the University of Sassari, and I've come to visit you. With me is my colleague from Russia. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All's good with your health?
Yes, of course.
How can you live to be 102?
I don't know.
As a rule, centenarians are inactive. They lead a sedentary lifestyle. They have cold hands. They need constant warmth. In this house, the oldest resident of Onoferi is surrounded by warmth and the care of 4 daughters, 5 grandchildren, and great-grandchildren.
E che cosa faceva quando andava in campagna?
Did you work a lot?
Very much.
And what did you do?
I collected olives.
Cos'è che
And what's your favorite food?
What my mom used to do.
Tell me, wine. Do you drink wine?
No.
And meat? Do you eat meat?
A little, only on holidays.
Filomena's mother lived to be 87 years old. Her father to 76. The 102-year-old Filomena has kept good health. Her medical records show no serious illnesses. This elder moves virtually independently around the house. She does not complain about sleep or appetite. Surprisingly perfect, a woman of 102 years, albeit slowly, but understands quite clearly. She reacts to jokes. She tells what she likes to eat, what she doesn't like to eat, doesn't drink wine. In general, her mind is quite clear. The centenarian, Giuseppe Muggia, Filomena's younger brother, lives on the other side of Onoferi and is celebrating something special today. His friend has come for a visit. Giuseppe and Giovanni are of the same age. Sardinia is one of the few places on Earth where people really know each other 100 years. They really have known each other since childhood and still visit each other. Accordingly, Giovanni, he too in March will celebrate 101 years. Struck by the fact that in addition to relatively clear ideas and the ability to respond adequately to what is happening, he is kept in very good shape physically. If I had met his grandfather in the street, I would have thought that he were 85 years old, probably somewhere like that. Both elders like to eat. On this table is the traditional cuisine of Sardinia. The basis of the local cuisine, products from grain, pork, and vegetables, several types of cheese and red wine. A special place is occupied with olives and olive oil.
How many times every day?
How many times a day does your grandfather eat?
3 times a day, plus lunch and some snacks.
Merenda, qualche spuntino.
So what's his favorite?
What is his favorite dish?
Pasta.
Pasta with meat sauce.
E salumi.
Meats, especially ham, roast pork.
Suo piatto preferito.
That's his favorite dish.
And the wine?
Yeah, and wine?
Every day. Every day. At lunch, dinner, and supper.
Sardinia is a paradise for gourmets who prefer simple, natural food. These kitchens have no culinary restrictions. The main rule, always use fresh food and measure your food intake. And it is very important to consume seasonal products. We like variety on the table. We are not eating only a main hot dish. We eat an appetizer, first course, second, dessert, fruit. A bit of everything. At least once a day we eat pasta. Every other day, meat. A normal dinner contains approximately 680 calories, 34 grams of fat, 84 grams of carbohydrates, 30 grams of protein. This is 100 grams of product. That is a very high-calorie dinner, high in carbohydrates. Wine is to be used with restraint, but regularly. We say 1 glass a day keeps the doctor away. The most amazing thing is that being undernourished is absolutely unacceptable. These people are perfectly happy and often eat deliciously. They eat meat, they eat a sausage, they eat fat, they like to drink wine, they drink it often. Generally speaking, it is generally considered that serious moderation in eating is associated with longevity. But here is not what we observed, rather the opposite. Such a dense diet dictates the way of life of Sardinian farmers, active and energy intensive. In life, people's daily physical labor outdoors provides a substitute for gyms and fitness centers. With a minimal amount of free time and the eternal question, where to go? I have always worked, always, because I like to work. First I was a peasant, then I bought a truck, I carried stones and wood. Until I was 93, I was doing chores all around the house. In my life, I never refused to work. I never skipped a day.
But they follow their traditions, they live in quiet places, they are not under stress because they are tied to the country. They're tied to the country life and they are tied to their traditions.
In Sardinia, they say, a cheerful mood can replace food and wine at least for one day. European scientists believe that Sardinians' natural optimism is an essential part of their longevity. All local centenarians here have similar traits. They are balanced and stubborn. That is, they do not give up, do not lose heart, and methodically and calmly overcome difficulties. But what should be emphasized in particular, they are very positive. At any age, Sardinians do truly love life in all its manifestations. Our expert, Boris Fanuk, decided personally to find out what moods people had who crossed the 100-year mark. The standard test for depression in the elderly consists of 15 questions. Here's how the centenarians answered some of them.
The question is, are you happy with your life in general?
I'm happy. All is well.
Do you often get bored?
Rarely. When there's rain.
Are you in a good mood usually?
Yes, good.
Okay. Do you often feel helpless?
When I am going up a hill by myself, I do not need help. Interpretation of the questionnaire shows both have longevity with no apathy. While maintaining good physical shape, Giovanni Maria had a greater love for life, more than his old friend. I am well. I am glad. I rest. I live like I'm in paradise. With more than 100 years, the former shepherd of Onaferi demonstrates remarkably good spirits and autonomy. He dresses himself, he walks, and adequately responds to situations. The old-timer still has good sight and hearing. All these factors made it possible to conduct another study with mixed results.
I would like you to make a simple test. To draw a clock with the time 12:45.
Just the clock? Neurophysiologists check the cognitive and mental abilities of older people by using a clock test. Simple at first glance, the job has put the 100-year-old man in a dead end. The experimental conditions allow for simplifying the task. In the second stage of the test, he should draw an arrow on the example dial.
And you will make the time 12:45. 12:45.
Again, the old-timer cannot complete the exercise. With age, people strongly lose the ability to perform new and unexpected problems. And partly, this test then needs to check how much a person has, so to say, ossified thinking. There should be a big consideration for our specific person who we tested because he never went to school. Therefore, all the same, I believe we cannot interpret this test as his lack of ability to perform basic intellectual tasks.
sono adesso?
Now? 15 minutes past 12.
Sì.
The arrows of the 2 alarm clocks in the longevity room are frozen. These clocks stand still, a good symbol for the life of this passport owner. The biological clock of aging has slowed its progress. Why did the destructive process of body decay fail? How can local centenarians cheat time? Genetic predisposition, power supply system, character traits? Each of these components affects the lifespan. There is one more point, which brings together all the Sardinian centenarians. In all cases where we observed extreme longevity, they have had a great relationship with family, were taken care of, they were surrounded by care, and they felt needed, which in general resonates well with Skrulachev's theory about aging, that necessity of someone else, be it students, children, grandchildren, greatly affects the mental state and physical condition of elderly people and gives them some additional charging. Evolution selected this for such a mechanism because when nobody wants people, they feel useless in society. From the point of view of the general community's people, he was bad. He takes the place of those who are young. Strong family ties, support, and attention to their seniors are the signs of Sardinian families and the main tradition of this extraordinary island. Indeed, these old people are rarely alone. What are they thinking at this moment? What is remembered?
Dad wanted me to work, so I rarely went to dances. I was very fond of dancing.
These survivors are a living archive of life. This reserve of wisdom, culture, and traditions, they can give it to the family. Therefore, within families, the long-lived receive all possible love and care. Because of this, they feel more confident. It's an incentive for them and one of the reasons that contribute to a long life. 70-year-old Professor Luca Deana is not going to retire. The search for key genes of longevity is the purpose of his life. Deana sends blood samples taken during the visit to the centenarians to the north of Italy, to Bologna. In this laboratory is an Italian scientist of world renown.
I am Professor Claudio Franceschi, and I am leading the project GEA, Genetics of Healthy Aging. I am 70.
Claudio Franceschi was one of the first who, in fact, attracted the attention of the scientific community, the fact that it is not necessary to study aging in general and healthy longevity. That is exactly what we have seen here. Thus, he can be said to be the #1 European specialist in this matter. The University of Bologna is the oldest in the world. It was founded in 1088. Immunologist Professor Claudio Franceschi directs the research project from this office, which involves 24 European laboratories and the Beijing Genome Institute in China. The purpose of the project, to find the causes of phenomenally healthy longevity.
Characteristic of the centenarians is that they do not have insulin resistance, which means that their capability to use glucose is exceptional. The sleep of centenarians is exceptionally good. all the phases of the sleep are
Circadian rhythms, a body's internal clock. They are cycles of biological processes associated with the change of day and night. Ideally, one period of these rhythms is close to the day, 24 hours. Disorder of the biological clock comes with the onset of old age. Elderly people often suffer from insomnia. This is bad for the whole body.
Hello. Hello. May I come in?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Boris Fenyuk from Moscow.
Oh, pleased to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm from Skulachev's lab.
Oh,
Probably
great.
you know
My
him.
friend Skulachev. Yes. Great.
The main interest of Professor Francesca and his colleagues is genetics, particularly about one of the latest discoveries of the global study, centenarians' energy. The number of cellular power plants, mitochondria, in centenarians is higher than in the young.
What now is clear is that the two genomes, the mitochondrial genome and the nuclear genomes, crosstalk.
Yeah.
And the crosstalk is essential. If this crosstalk is not, the people who nowadays reach 100 years or more are exceptional because probably they have a peculiar genetics, but a good lifestyle, probably most of the people in the population could reach 90, 95 and older.
Claudio Franceschi has worked with the aging problem for 20 years. The basis of the professor's scientific work was his longevity rating.
The stupid first rule is to have the right parents, because you inherit from your parents the genome. And we have we showed in a paper that in order to be in good shape when you are 70 or 80.
Of course, all are concerned with the question, what do I do to live to be 100 years old? From our trip, I can say that the first thing to do is to move somewhere else, where the climate is warm and mild and there is no winter. The second point is to take care of all people around you, who love you, who care about you, and who need you. And of course, the third, it is desirable that your mom and dad were also centenarians. Then your chances are sharply increased. The Italian expedition in search of the source of longevity is over. In partying, Claudio Francesca shows Boris the source of his inspiration.
Well, there are several people who are 100 or so year old, and they show when a picture.
The younger photos.
Yes, a younger
I
photo.
see.
And for you, I have here Ivan Bolshev.
Bulichov.
Bulichov. He is 101, and look how many medals.
He's a
this
general,
guy,
probably.
Yes, 103, and look how you became when you are
lucky.
By excluding from the list good luck, biochemist Boris Fenyuk summarizes his research trip to Sardinia. The rules for a century of human life are hereditary. Being wanted by someone, and a mild climate. The next place of strength and longevity, the village of Nicoya, Costa Rica.
There is still some to the right of the house.
In front of her, her spouse Grigor Zachariou scrubs and scours the yard. This old man still lives up to principle of work first, fun later. In the evening, as usual, he goes to the village cafe. At the age of 100, Grigoris can still tell a funny joke to his compatriots and measures himself against a visiting scholar. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, enough. Bravo. These phenomena have not been properly explained yet. There are places of power and healthy longevity all over our planet, local spots with record concentrations of so-called long livers. My grandma died at 97. Her husband's brother died at 107. People like them were always called Caucasoids on the island. Like the bird Caracas, that lives up to 100. What is the secret of these places? Why do people here live longer than usual? To answer these and other questions, Russian scientists are going to travel all around the world.
To live long, a person should be a creator. This gives him vitality and energy.
The purpose of this extraordinary expedition is to study the history, habits, and places of residence of mankind's oldest. Using the example of the lifestyle of these amazing people, we are going to try to figure out the optimal formula for longevity, the centenarian rules of life. Centenarian rules of life. Greece. The Hellenic Republic. This cradle of Western civilization today is the center of attraction for millions of tourists from every corner of the world. Foreign travelers are drawn not only by architectural antiquities and the ruins of the great Hellas. Greece is a country of thousands of islands. There are almost 1,500 pieces of land on its territory washed by 3 seas: the Aegean, Ionian, and Mediterranean. My name is Murat Minlabayev. I'm a neurophysiologist, and I'm 36 years old. The leading researcher of the Mediterranean Institute of Neurobiology, Murat Minlabayev, has been living and working in France for 10 years. Over the last 3 years, the scientist has been doing his studies in Russia too. Together with his colleagues from Kazan Federal University, Murat tries to unveil the mysteries of the human brain. At the moment, we know substantially more about human consciousness than before. But this is not enough to say exactly what happens to a person as their life declines. In other words, we still need to do quite a lot of examinations in order to evaluate the process of aging in humans. I would like to conduct a series of tests with long livers in order to assess their level of attention, the ability to calculate, their brain work, to evaluate some spatial visual properties of their consciousness. In 2014, the average life expectancy in Greece was 79.5 years. It puts Greece in 17th place in the world's life expectancy indicator. But this is not the main thing. The country has its own Olympus of longevity. A small island of Icaria in the Aegean Sea. According to statistics, its population lives up to 90, 2.5 times more often than in other European countries. For some reason, there are places on the face of Earth where centenarians are concentrated, and it seems to me that this indicates that there's something in this place that helps people live longer. This may be the composition of the soil, water, it may be air, food, social relationships between people. Icaria owes its name to the hero of ancient mythology. According to the legend, among these misty cliffs, Hercules buried the body of the fallen Icarus. Excavations by archaeologists testify the first Greek settlements appeared on the island in the 10th century BC. Modern Icaria is 2 towns and 60 villages, inhabited by only 9,000 people. The village of Christos Radhes is located in the northern part of the island, at an altitude of 500 meters above sea level. Many streets in this village are real mountainous and covered in concrete. Despite her advanced age, Grandma Ioana takes this incline almost daily.
My name is Joanna Stomatiu Proiu. I was born on July 11, 1911.
This little woman is making such earnest efforts not for the sake of some leisured walks. The end point of her uneasy trip is a local art center. Today, the most valuable belongings of Ioana's life are stored in the center. These old weaving looms are still operational.
My mother was a weaver. She had 13 children. I was the 10th child in the family. And when my mother sat down to sew, she would put me in a cradle next to the machine. So I grew up next to her workplace until I was 4.
The weaver devoted almost all her life to her vocation. The charming long-liver never attended any school. Like many Greek women, she married her husband late, almost at 30. Ioana buried her late husband in 1970. As time went on, her 12 brothers and sisters also passed away.
And resentment and my problems. I was going through all this on the job. Now I work much less. Once my son came and said, "Mom, I'll disassemble the machine because you're tired." No, I do not get tired. And what, I should sit on the porch and watch all who pass by? No. I would rather sit behind the machine. It makes me happy.
Ioana Proiu believes that her labor of love is a primary source of her vitality. Therefore, she gladly accepted the offer of her fellow villagers. And in 1995, she mastered one more profession: teaching. In this small workshop, the 100-year-old weaver teaches anyone who wants to learn her ancient craft.
Put 2 fingers here. Don't be afraid. Good.
Wow.
Now put the other arm. There inside. There. See how it works? The threads intersect. And then you pull it over. That's all.
Is it difficult to do that?
No, not at all difficult. I'm almost 100 years old and I can do it. I like to communicate with the youth. And many elderly in their 70s are lying in the bed already. They dream only about how to get into bed. My nurse often says, "Lay down, take rest." What for? When I'm lying, I become sick. You should move.
The grandma from the village of Christos Raches is a typical example of active Icarian longevity. And the reasons behind it are what gerontologists from different countries from all over the world are interested in. Greece, Athens. One of the first to unravel the mystery of the age-related anomalies of Icaria were Greek scientists.
My name is Christina Hirisoboli. I'm a cardiologist at the Athens University First Hospital, and I'm 46 years old.
In 2009, a group of researchers arrived on the island from the University of Athens. And the focus of attention of this scientific expedition were almost 1,500 elderly inhabitants of Icaria. the oldest of them, 110 years old.
Maybe there are some other specificities or peculiarities, differences between the centenarians and other people.
Probably there are some differences according to the polymorphism that have to do with mental health. They also to the more advanced occurrence of coronary artery disease and stroke. Because in Icarian people we see the cardiovascular disease and stroke coming about 80 years later than the general population.
So I'm neurophysiologist, and of course I'm really interested in the mental status of the centenarians.
The mental status is better in the Icarian elderly people than the mean levels of the European population. Maybe we have attributed that to the physical activity because they consume omega-3 fatty oils, especially for fish oil.
Since ancient times, the water area of Icaria has been famous for its rich haul. Thanks to this, the ancient Greeks called the island Ichtyoessa, a fish island. However, 100 years ago and 2,000 years ago, seafood was part of the daily diet of all Greek island inhabitants. But only the Icarians demonstrate the miracles of healthy longevity. What makes them different from the residents of other Greek territories?
It must be genetic, but also genetic environmental interaction as well. And also their lifestyle habits. They like to live more plain lives, and they have lack of stress. And also it's something that we have lost in the big cities. They do have strong family connections. They live all together and they help each other very much. It may be surprising for nowadays that you see people that have a character that they don't care for everyday stress. They don't care for
reasonableness, unselfishness, and altruism are characteristic features of the inhabitants of the island. One of the main traditions of this community is mutual supportiveness. Until the present, during the harvesting of olives, private plots are handled by the whole village in turns. As a rule, the Icarians do it at an easy pace.
A man should take care of others and think about the good things. Not only about money. You shouldn't love these pieces of paper so strongly. Worry about it, save it, competing. You should have enough to live, and the rest should help other people.
She is very cheerful. Her speed of reaction is striking. She answers a question almost instantly, although for older people it is more natural to think, to choose words. With her, it's not like this. An immediate question has an immediate answer. And what is more, this answer is on the button. This long liver from a mountain village demonstrates striking sanity and speed of mental processing. There's no better candidate for the first tests.
So I will show you some gests, and you have to repeat them, okay? Do like that. Like that. And now like this. Okay, let's do that again.
She was tested for the correct repetition sequence of a movement. This test looks simple at first glance. You can try it yourself. It takes just a few tries, and then there is some possibility of mistake. The 103-year-old woman has successfully passed the opening stage of the test. She repeated what she saw 3 times. At the second stage, she needs to repeat all the movements from memory.
Again, one more.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Super, again. Bravo. Thank you very much.
Without a single mistake, without a single miss, she did everything she was asked, again and again. And it seems to me that this is because of the fact that she worked all her life as a weaver. That is, you need to change threads, you need to unravel some knots. Naturally, this requires concentration and memory. In spite of the fact that she is more than 100 years old, she's been training her brain almost constantly. Neurophysiologist Murad Minlabayev believes that the 100-year-old weaver has performed the difficult task thanks to regular practice, her creative work. Is it really in our hands? Is it possible for an individual to delay the age-related extinction of their abilities? Imagine such an example. A house. You built it. You need to use it if you want it to last 100 years. If you do not inhabit it or at least warm it up, then small cracks will appear here and there, and it will begin to break down. It seems to me that you have to do the same with the brain. It needs to be used to keep its function for a long time. Perhaps the same can be said about the whole organism. What we do not use will eventually atrophy and disappear. Very old age is not a drawback for Costa Spanos to concern himself with on the main scale of events. The old man gets bored of the TV, so he follows the news in the old-fashioned way, reading newspapers. One more hobby of the long liver is reading the Great Soviet Encyclopedia, 1977 edition. When these volumes left the printing house, the long liver from Macario was well over 60. My name is Costa Spanos. I was born in 1913. I am 101 years old. Costa Spanos was born and has spent most of his life in the onshore town of Evdilos. This town, founded at the beginning of the 19th century, was once the capital of the island. It was a very poor place, and a man had to work hard to earn his own bread. Life was very severe. Fortunately, I did not starve, because we had a small family and we grew food ourselves. Grapes, almonds, wheat. By local standards, Costa Spanos received a good education. After 9 years of school, he graduated from the Greek analog of vocational school, specializing in commerce and finance. The future long liver even managed to open a small shop. He wanted to expand his business, but the Second World War got in the way. We were fighting in Albania with the Italians. On April 6, 1941, on a Tuesday, I was wounded. A mortar shell left me without half of my leg. The case of Costa Spanos is really unique. Injuries, fractures, major operations deplete body resources and adversely affect life expectancy. Despite the severe wound, this resilient man stepped over the 100-year boundary. I was always getting along peacefully. I knew when enough is enough. And most importantly, I didn't give way to worries and emotional stresses. You must not be distressed. My grandfather lived up to 100 years, and he always repeated, whatever happens to you, even if your house catches on fire, do not worry, but say, there are worse things that can happen. This is a man who weighs up his every move and every word. He's rational in everything he does. He adheres to a strict diet. He doesn't smoke or drink. The long liver from Evdilos is attentive to his nutrition. He hardly ever eats any meat. He avoids fried food. In his daily routine, there is always room for daytime sleep and working with financial documents. The man still helps his children to do domestic jobs. But today, he is going to do one of the most difficult tests in the history of our project. The visual spatial praxis test is quite a different one. I had my doubts as to whether he could pass it. This test is about consecutive connection of letters and numbers by increasing A1, 1B, and so on. When we started this test, the long liver started to put proper connections together in a dash. The visuospatial praxis means a person's ability to perform purposeful actions. This complex functional system includes a whole set of thinking processes: memory, attention, orientation, forming algorithms from movements. In the end, the centenarian couldn't quite deliver because of low concentration. For a person who has lived more than 100 years, it is not surprising that he simply switched to something else or simply forgot about the main idea of this test. The fact that this test has not been passed doesn't mean anything. He reads newspapers, he communicates with friends, he communicates with his relatives, with his son, but this unfortunately does not exclude the fact that some issues will still arise, but they will come considerably later. I want to keep up with everything that happens in this world. And I'm not going to die yet, because life is a beautiful thing. Icaria can really be called an island of long livers. In nearly every populated place, there is a centenarian. And as a rule, not just one. To see this, it is enough just to take a few steps from the porch of Costa Spanos. His neighbor, Evangelia, is now on the threshold of her 100th birthday.
My name is Evangelia Canava. On March 13th, I will be 100 years old.
This beautiful woman is the same age as the house she lives in. Her father built it just before Evangelia was born. During her childhood, life on the island was simple but rough. Although Yevdilos was the island's capital, it rather resembled a village.
I took care of the animals, worked in the field. After studying at the school, I returned to my duties of caring for the garden, growing plants, and cleaning the house.
Remarkably enough, at the age of 99, this old woman lives alone. She keeps her household all alone and does not need daily help.
I don't need help yet. I wash my floor, my dishes, I go to the store, do my laundry. With God's blessing, I get it all done at home. Sorry I did not have time to sweep the yard before you came, where a lot of leaves had fallen.
The modest dwelling of this long liver shines with cleanliness. There are only the bare essentials in these rooms: a TV, washing machine, some holy images in a corner, and a few photos on the snow-white wall.
This is my younger sister. We were 3 sisters. One died at 90 years old. The oldest, 99.
According to the classification of the World Health Organization, long-living people are supposed to be those at least in their 90s. It turns out that Evangelia is not the only long-living person in the Carnava family.
My grandmother lived to be 107 years old. She walked by herself, washed, ate. Her son had immigrated to America. So she always told me without hesitation about how many dollars he sent her. And she was 107 years old. I want to live to 120 years old.
It seems like living a long time is a long-standing tradition in Icaria. To review the history of longevity of a particular region is quite difficult. The most accessible way is to visit the town cemetery. The burial place of the inhabitants of Yevdilos is located almost on the seashore. The cemetery is small, with about 200 graves. However, 1 in 3 persons here lived into their 90s. Within half an hour, we found 3 more long livers older than 100 years. Georgios Tatis, born in 1907, died in 2010. But this is not the oldest long liver in this cemetery. The oldest person in this coastal cemetery was this man. He died at the end of the last century. His tombstone says Stephanos Kalamboyas died at 104 years. Specifying the exact age is not the only feature of Greek burial. The everlasting deficit of land on the islands gave birth to an unusual tradition. 3 years after a person has died, they are dug up. The grave then passes on to relatives. The only way to avoid this is to redeem the land in advance. But land is expensive. In reality, there should be many more graves of centenarians from Icaria. The historian and archaeologist Katsaras Themistokoulos graduated from the University of Athens. Since he was a student, he has had an interest in the past of his native land. Icaria has been passed from hand to hand since the Roman Empire. Venetians, Genoese, Byzantines, and just pirates. Finally, the Turkish conquerors. Living on the coast was unbearable. The Icarians abandoned their houses and went high into the mountains. Therefore, for a long time, this island was considered uninhabited. In the mountains, everyone had to work hard. People cleared the forest, cut down the rocks. They did everything together. They hung out together. The first roads on the island appeared only in the 60s. Until then, everyone, including the elderly, used to walk. I think this is difficult life embedded in all Icarians, a natural health and longevity, the secret of which everyone is now looking for. Modern Icaria is the realm of a calm, level life. Tourist fever bypassed this plot of land. Therefore, the local population can afford a siesta and a special attitude to time. These people rarely look at their watches. Even less often, they arrive somewhere on time. On the island, they joke, the Icarians live very long because they forget to die. My grandma died at 97. Her husband's brother at 107. On the island, such people were always called Caucasoids, like the bird Caracas that live up to 100 years. Translated into English, Caracas means crow. In the current capital of the island, the town of Agios Karikos, another Greek Caucasoid is getting prepared to celebrate his 105th birthday. My name is Georgios Kassiotis. I'm 104 years old. Georgios Kassiotis is not an ordinary Icarian. Almost all of his conscious experience, he's been in high-end positions. I was a civil servant, a financial auditor, then a major official in the Ministry of Finance. In the war, I quickly rose to the rank of captain of the cavalry. Even in retirement, this man continued to lead people. For a long time, he was the head of various public organizations. Today, the long liver is still the head in his own house. His wife is 27 years younger than her husband. The 80-year-old Georgios once conquered her with his wisdom and thoroughness of his thoughts and opinions. I have a good life. I'm beside my beloved wife. She takes care of me. Everything is fine with me. How old do I feel? Well, I don't feel like 50, of course, because I'm not in some flippant age. What is worse, my vision has deteriorated. I have a cataract. I'm going to have an operation soon. Lentiform opacity is the only ailment of this century-old man. And the disease almost became an obstacle to the next research of our program. The fact is that most of the intellectual tests are written. They require good eyesight. We took the Montreal test, which allows us to assess drawbacks in the cognitive field. But due to the fact that this elderly person is already developing cataracts, we asked him to name as many words starting with the same letter in 1 minute as possible. A good result for a middle-aged, educated person is from 9 to 15 words. General, savior, counterpart, grapes, sabotage, more, guard, Socrates, Stephanos. Stop. 1 minute is up. Bravo. Bravo. The 104-year-old man stepped over the boundary of middle age long ago. Nevertheless, he has shown a good result. To be able to concentrate on this, to pick up what is appropriate from memory. Yes, among these words, there were 2 actual names. But I think this is excusable for his age. Besides, after the minute passed, he gave a few more words within 10 seconds. Financier Georgios Cassiotis has always dealt with figures. He chooses his words carefully and thoroughly. Experiments made by gerontologists confirm solving logical problems on a regular basis is an effective way to combat senile dementia. An experiment was conducted where a group of elderly people was divided into 2 parts. One group, they just lived as they used to, watching TV, taking walks, looking out the window. The second group had to solve some tasks every day. After some time, a test was conducted to track their cognitive function. That is, the ability to analyze, count, think of something specific. Well, then the group that used mathematics showed much higher results. Mental and physical activity gives senior citizens extra years of life. Moderation and a calm attitude in times of turmoil and a measured rhythm help to avoid stress. What other components of longevity can be found on this unusual island? The matter is about a good ecology. We don't have factories, pollution. The air here is clean. True optimists live here. Above all things, I miss our festivals. With full tables, dancing, and singing. It is no coincidence that the metropolitan long liver has collected the main national habit of the Icarians. For hundreds of years, his compatriots have lived under the principle that says holidays and fun are never enough. Pay attention, Murat. People wish each other the same thing at every holiday: long life. It's very symbolical for this island. It has been estimated, if you add together all religious and secular celebrations on the island, you will get a fantastic figure: 250 days a year. Back in the old days, things were like this. People worked all week in the fields many kilometers away from home. And on holidays, they gathered together, ate, drank, and had fun. People would leave their problems at home and forget about their troubles and stress. These folk festivals are not just an occasion to have fun and relax. They are a real form of social support. For example, all the meals for these tables are a joint effort and are handed out to everyone, including the poor. The Icarians eat abundantly, but they use or consume many natural products, which are all about fiber. This is volume, but with regard to energy, it is not overeating. In other words, after eating a salad, a natural green food, we fill the stomach's volume. The Icarian inhabitants call their own meal system a foundation for longevity. "250 kilometers away from this island in the Greek capital, Athens, works a man who knows all about the Mediterranean diet and its Icarian varieties."
My name is Demosthenes Panagiotakos. I'm a professor of biostatistics and epidemiology of nutrition at Harokopio University. I'm 47 years old.
Since 2007, Professor Panagiotakos has studied the particularities of the diet of the Greek islands' old-timers. The ambitious goal of this large-scale project is to calculate the so-called Mediterranean Code of Successful Longevity.
In the MEDI study, we have enrolled approximately 2,700 older adults living in 18 Mediterranean islands, and the major goal of the study is to find determinants of successful aging, of living longer but with better quality of life. Under the context of the MEDI study, we evaluate dietary habits, dietary behaviors. Recent epidemiologic studies have revealed that one of the most important factors of achieving lower cardiovascular disease rates and cancer
For more than 7 years, scholars from Athens were peeking into the dishes of the island's inhabitants, and then they compared gastronomical data from different regions. It was discovered that there are no unique products that would suit the role of the youth elixir in Icaria. The key point is that the centenarians eat much less than their fellow countrymen.
What we have to do just to live longer, what do you think?
It has been estimated that this diet was approximately 1,500 to up to 1,800 calories per day. We have to follow a diet close to approximately 2,000 calories or less, to eat more vegetables, greens, salads, cereals, to avoid pasta, to avoid meat, to avoid sweets. We have to eat at least 5 times per day, small portions. This would help our metabolism to act better. Also, we have to include to our lunches water. We need plenty of water. And finally, in my opinion, we have to turn back to our agro-food industry instead of the industry of the food markets.
The Aboriginal Icarian Gregorius Zachariou whiles away his life in the company of the wife. In 2014, this elderly couple celebrated their 62nd anniversary together. At their wedding, the groom was already about 40. My name is Gregorius Zachariou. I am the son of Philip and Yanula. I'm 101 years old. Grandpa Gregorius is the oldest resident of the mountain village of Mandria. He is 19 years older than his wife. From his youth, this man has earned a living by doing simple labor. He still doesn't like to sit twiddling his thumbs. I don't do anything special. I always take away the garbage myself. Sometimes I go harvest olives. In the past, I had to grub along, attend the garden, raise poultry. I also was handling metals, selling charcoal. I did everything. The old-timer's daily routine has not changed for decades. He wakes up at 8 in the morning, has a light breakfast, does household chores. An inescapable item of Gregorius' evening program is to visit the village cafeteria that lies a kilometer away from his home. This man has extraordinary energy for his age. I mean, to see a man sweeping the yard when he is over 100 years old is dumbfounding. Then later, in the cafeteria, he sits in the thick of it all, listening to what he's being told. He takes part in the conversation, keeps it up. He continues the conversation. He streams it. The cafe is a must. All the village news is discussed there. Important decisions are taken. It's astonishing how this centenarian man still prefers to be in the center of social life, although this years-long custom once almost cost him his life. I had been by our cafe for quite a time, talking. I was tired and lost my focus. When I was crossing the street, a car hit me. But I got off lightly. I did not die. The accident occurred in 2013. As a result of the accident, the long liver received fractures to both legs. As a rule, at his age, such traumas lead to disability. Within just a year, the 100-year-old man completely recovered from what had happened. Today, his solid health is just remarkable. So naturally, I wanted to find out about his muscle tone, and his case just came to hand. He is strong. Even today, he is really strong. Despite all of his 100 years, I suppose that his biological age is considerably less, or perhaps that of a 70-year-old. Of course, age is taking its toll. But I always say, while everything works, life is beautiful. We can have fun. The The high mountain village of Mandria is the last point of this scientific journey through Icaria. After acquainting himself with 5 super long livers, the Russian scientist is ready to wrap up our expedition. The first thing is time. In Icaria, they have a special attitude towards time. A clock is not an important thing in a house. Icarians live steady going and on an even keel. They forget about time, and time repays that. Thus, hasten without hurrying. The second thing is the food. Try to eat more vegetables and green food. Food which is rich in cellulose. Try to leave the table without eating too much and stay a little hungry. And the most important thing is your mind. Train it, read, socialize, learn something new, regardless of your age. Use it to the full, and then it will serve you for a long time. The expert has made his conclusions. The search for the recipe of longevity continues. The next stop in our program is the world record holder for the number of long livers, Japan. The sun rises over Havana. At this early hour, Senora Celia is on her feet. With her grandnephew Ian, she carefully prepares for a new day.
Did you find the powder? Okay, just not a lot of it.
40-year-old Ian has cared for the elderly senior for almost 10 years. Another loyal family assistant is parked in the yard. The grandmother and grandchild go to the city on a Japanese motorcycle. It is unlikely that some passerby realizes that this helmeted passenger is over 105 years old. Aging cannot be stopped. It can only be actively resisted. The best proof of this, centenarians. Over the past 50 years, their number on the planet has increased several times. Squeeze it with all your strength. Harder, harder. Harder, harder. Mankind does not want to age as before. Thousands of scientists are looking for recipes for the extension of youth. Entire countries have vigorously made aging a priority of their government policy.
1, 2, 1, 3.
How can you cheat time? How do you give yourself extra years of life? To answer these questions and others, a team of Russian scientists will travel the whole world.
Wow, they are even dancing here? Yes, this is great therapy.
The aim of this expedition is to study the history, habits, and habitats of the oldest of humanity. Without even knowing it, they have found the key to a long and fulfilling existence. I still have the strength to drive a nail or a hook into a wall. Do you want to see? On the example of the lives of these wonderful people, we try to calculate the optimal formula of longevity, the true lives of 100-year-old people. Centenarian Rules of Life, Cuba. The Republic of Cuba. It is an island nation in the Caribbean still fanning romance from the 1959 revolution. After the overthrow of the dictator Batista, the country took yet another unofficial name, Liberty Island. For more than half a century, its inhabitants have existed under socialism, with free education, health, and pension services. 105-year-old Celia Biscay retired in the early 70s of the last century. For the most part of her active life, she worked as a maid. Her last workplace? The mansion of an important figure in the Communist Party. So Celia has not seen top officials of the Cuban Revolution only on TV.
In my life, I'm a revolutionary. I believe in the revolution. Several times I met with Commandant Fidel. He even spoke personally with me. It was a long time ago in his house on the beach in Santa Maria.
As a result of Celia's work activity, she was given a valuable gift from the government. She received a 2-room apartment in the east of Havana. Despite being 105, this woman can hardly be called a couch potato. 3 times a week, Celia starts her day in a cozy park in the center of the Cuban capital. The meeting at the fountain is not just a friendly meeting of those over 60. All of these grandparents have in common a passionate desire to not grow old.
1, 2, 1, 3.
In this country, the retired have special considerations. For example, Cubans still receive some products by ration cards. The best products are intended for children and the elderly. And it is a rather necessary measure. Modern Cuba is a country of the elderly. With low birth rates, life expectancy on the island is growing. Now this figure is one of the highest in the Western Hemisphere. Almost 78 years old.
My name is Alina Peterson. I'm 35 years old. I work at the Moscow Physics Technical Institute in the Laboratory of Cellular and Molecular Technologies.
As head of the laboratory, Dr. Helena Peterson has worked for nearly 10 years on aging. According to the scientists, extreme longevity is to a great extent the credit of centenarians themselves. Most of them unconsciously and regularly create a favorable environment for their body.
In my opinion, it is not just good environment or food. Everything we do leads, in the end, to a change in the biochemical reactions that affect the operation of our cells. For example, by experiencing stress or being depressed, we run processes that lead to a decrease in cell division and reduce the metabolic activity. Recent studies have shown that even, for example, a course of massage can alter the expression of our genome in a positive way. That is, even our hands stroking the skin will lead to the positive processes within us.
Science does not know the root cause of age-related decay. Modern gerontology is an area of theories and assumptions. The main activity of our expert is in the practical field. The main purpose of our laboratory, to create complete organs from a patient's own cells. The partial rejuvenation of the body at the cellular level is already available today.
Our task is to give a person a second chance. With age, the organs begin to work less and are subject to wear. We take the human cells and disperse them in vitro and deliver them to where there is a shortage of functionally active cells in the body. Thus, we allow them to start working more actively, that is, to rejuvenate. Oh my God. How to live up to 100 years? I don't know. It's necessary to have a character like mine, be grateful for everything. Since my childhood, I have worked because I saw my mother struggle to raise us. I always told her, always repeated, no matter what happens, Mom, I will help you.
Amazingly, Celia Biscay is not the only centenarian in the family. This grandmother is still communicating with her two younger sisters. One of them recently celebrated her 96th birthday. Another stands on the threshold of the centennial. The Biscay sisters are a living example of the main demographic characteristics of Cuba, thanks to which Liberty Island is more and more often referred to as an incubator of centenarians.
According to statistics, the island is home to a huge number of people who have reached 100 years. Why is unclear. Perhaps it is natural. It could be that the modern medicine in Cuba contributes to this. Or maybe the Cuban mentality. I want to see it all with my own eyes and try to answer the question, why do people in Cuba live so long?
Our scientific investigation of the secret of Cuban longevity begins in the capital, Havana. Founded in 1519, it is considered one of the most beautiful island cities in the world. Among its main features, the 5-kilometer promenade, Malecon, Havana's old colonial architecture, and American vintage cars, which make up almost half of the private vehicle fleet in the country. These 60-year-old cars look like new curiosities. The secret of their eternal youth, the mild climate, the skill of mechanics, and timely repair. Likewise, thanks to attention and care, there are thousands of four-wheel centenarians running on Cuban roads. Similar problems also face local gerontology. Cuba is literally obsessed with healthy aging.
My name is Myrtle Nunes Pampin. I head the Cuban Society Department, club of 120-year-olds. I am 63 years old.
The club of 120-year-olds appeared on Liberty Island in 2004. This is a unique group founded personally by Fidel Castro's physician. Any Cuban can join the ranks of future centenarians regardless of age. You only need to perform several requirements. The first rule of the club, to not be an apathetic person.
There are two spheres. The first, the internal. We have a theater group, choir, we celebrate birthdays as a team, exercise, and maintain a balanced diet. But in addition, we carry out activities for the benefit of society, caring for children without parents, the sick, and the elderly.
The participants of the club of 120-year-olds are officially forbidden to smoke and drink alcohol. The emphasis is on positive attitude. The organizers of the movement do not want to see pessimists and skeptics among fellows.
My father died recently at the age of 100. He was a very strong man. All centenarians from our club are ready to cooperate as a team. They are always smiling. I think their main secret is a love of life.
In the 10 years of this unusual organization's existence, thousands of people have come. There are more women among them than there are men. At open sessions of Chinese Tai Chi gymnastics, the stronger sex is altogether uncommon.
In Cuba, it is very difficult to attract men. They can play dominoes on the streets daily. They find it difficult to take part in such events because there are too many women. It seems that the famous Cuban machismo tells our men no.
This grandfather doesn't need company for his morning exercises. Without reminders and assistance on a daily basis, he does 15 sit-ups. This brave old man's neighbors call him Perpetual. My name is Arqueo Aguilera. I'm 101. Arqueo Aguilera was born on January 1st, 1913. During his long life, he has had several professions. In his youth, Arqueo was seriously engaged in boxing. The first job of 9th-grader Aguilera was a bouncer in a cabaret. I like to fight. However, the last time I did it somewhere, I was 26 years. But I have the strength to drive a nail or a hook into a wall. Do you want to see? The 100-year-old man has childhood characterized by good health. He continued to work in the office until his 85th birthday. He still does not tolerate long silence and loneliness. I get up at 7 a.m., breakfast at 7:30, go out on the porch, walk along the neighborhood, get in touch with my friends. Then I come home and watch TV. I love football, ready to discuss it for hours. Of course, sometimes I get bored. Then again, I go back to the street to talk to some beautiful girl. Girls are the best cure for aging.
Looking at Arqueo, you can see this man has super genes. Even at 100 years, he looks like 30 years younger. And it's not only his appearance, it's the way he behaves. How he responds to people, the way he's joking.
A sense of humor among old-timers is a certificate of good state of neural connections and is the reason for a short study as part of our program. We have already carried out a similar test in the Russian North Caucasus, Kabardino-Balkaria.
Messer Khan, now we will try to have you perform a little test. Please fold this piece of paper in half with one hand.
With age, the human brain loses its ability to quickly adapt to new conditions. Unusual tasks literally put it in a standstill. 108-year-old Misrhan Chichanova has passed the elementary test with visible effort. Thank you so much. You did so well. Excellent. Arqueo Aguilera is younger than the Caucasian senior by 7 years. Will he be able to fulfill this basic exercise at first glance? With one hand?
The test with a piece of paper evaluates several parameters. The way a person understands the job, how your algorithm is disrupted by performing this task, and how carefully he tries to execute it. In our case, Arqueo folded the piece of paper in 1 second when he realized what we wanted from him, without even thinking if it would be neat or not.
Negligence in the performance of the test alarmed the scientist from Moscow. The expert simplified the next job. She asked the man to sign his name. Again, the centenarian did not immediately understand what was required of him.
Attention is drawn to the confusion in the understanding of the tasks that we gave him. And if you do look deeper, in my opinion, he has begun to show the first signs of dementia. But now the signs, of course, are only slightly manifested. But this is the environment in which he is surrounded. How he is taking care of his children, of course, gives him the opportunity to express himself as much as possible in the physical state in which he is located.
Arqueo Aguilera spends his days in the house of his younger daughter. It's hard to believe that this beautiful lady has turned 70. The pensioner's grandchildren and great-grandchildren come to visit him as often as they can. But to do it now is difficult. The younger Aguilera generation of family are now living in the United States. Young people tend to leave the country. The only son of this woman moved to Sweden in 2000. Her husband died more than 40 years ago. Therefore, evenings and weekends, the elder lady keeps absolutely alone.
My name is Delia Calavero. I was born in 1913. In December, I will be 102.
Delia Calavera is a native to Havana. An editor by profession, she is a real representative of the Cuban intelligentsia. The day after her 100th birthday, Delia went to a theater performance.
I really like the music, the atmosphere. My husband and I used to go every week to the theater. You know, I used to be involved in the performances.
Today, Delia's daily life deals not only with managing everyday issues. The grandmother spends most of it in a special place. In this unusual institution, the elderly woman is accompanied by a social worker. They were replaced by the so-called kindergartens for the elderly. The closest one is 1 kilometer away from Delia's home. Close accessibility is one of the basic principles of these institutions.
I come here at 8 a.m. and I leave in the evening. I like to be here. I have many friends. To be honest, I do not need it a lot. I am always happy, and here I am very happy.
The first house of grandparents appeared in Havana in the late 90s of the last century. A network of 74 similar centers covers the modern Cuban capital. The youngest participants in the program are 65 years old. An upper age limit does not exist. The only condition? The elderly person must be healthy.
Every day, 60 to 70 elders come here, and the house holds up to 80 people. Not everyone comes here. Some because of illness or because relatives just don't bring them. And how old is your most elderly visitor? We have a woman who has turned 105 years old. She is, by the way, a very enthusiastic and cheerful person. This grandmother is pleased to participate in all our trainings and events.
The main task of these centers is to prevent people from being alone in old age. A busy schedule awaits every visitor. It includes regular visits to primary care physicians and geriatric specialists. 4 meals high in fruits and vegetables. Training for memory and mental abilities. Lessons in needlework. And that's not all of the methods of anti-aging, which local gerontologists used.
Wow, they also have dancing? Yes, dancing. A great therapy. Firstly, it is a physical exercise. Second, it is a good way of emotional unloading and to uplift your mood. Dancing has beneficial effect on cognitive abilities. They do not let the brain ossify.
For Cubans, dance is in the blood. No holiday in the country is complete without dance processions. With an average salary of $15 and the absence of full-fledged entertainment, dance is one of the most affordable and popular ways of spending time. Cuban gerontologists consider these rhythmic movements to be exercise for the brain. Recent global studies confirm that regular exercise really makes us younger.
In our institute at MIPT, a professor, Yenikolopov, conducted an experiment on mice. One group was put in a squirrel cage so that they could run whenever they wanted to. A second control group did not do anything. As a result, in the group that led a more active lifestyle, the number of new neurons increased.
Moderate exercise spurs the birth of nerve cells in the brain. Scientists cannot yet explain this surprising fact. One can train their brain to deal with dementia in other ways. For example, by using intellectual games.
I'm not a dancer anymore now. I'm better with dominoes. I'm playing everything, and chess and checkers, but dominoes, that's my strong point. There I know my business. Generally, I gamble and I'm hard to beat. That she gambles once again confirms that she is in an active mental state. Well, I think it's phenomenal for her age. She vividly reacts to everything that happens, and the response to events is almost instantaneous.
Despite having extreme age, Delia Calavero manages to keep an amazing clarity of thinking, good spirits, and a craving to communicate. Because of these qualities, the pensioner looks younger than her years.
I think she's very beautiful, and she has inner beauty that really gives a person some youth and some sort of wisdom that you cannot help but notice when you talk to her. The most important thing in life is love. I love life, and I'm not seeking for death. I'm always in a good mood. I have a very light character. I always smile.
Easy living and optimism is inherent in many Cubans. The Happy Planet Index ranks Liberty Island consistently high. Now Cuba is among the 12 happiest countries in the world. The leader is neighboring Costa Rica, another country with a high concentration of centenarians. I think that before, the Cubans had suffered a lot, so now we are incorrigible optimists. We are really happy when there is something good. The main thing, there is nothing in life to be afraid of, and to treat trouble with humor. I am sure that someone who jokes lives much longer. Joyfulness, physical activity, strong social ties. Each of these factors gives the Cuban pensioners extra years of life. What else do Liberty Island old-timers have in common? To find out, there is a large-scale research program, SITE. Its purpose, to study all Cuban centenarians.
My name is Ludmila Orez Fernandez. I manage the SITE project Aging Control Department. I'm 42.
The National SITE program started in 2004. Gerontologist Ludmila Fernandez has participated in the project since the early days.
We are studying all centenarians in terms of physical state, mental health, their social characteristics, and medical care. Another task is to try to get closer to the ideal model of aging. Because the people who have extended their lives as such, they are in fact examples to follow.
According to SITE statistics, for the last 5 years, the number of centenarians in Cuba has increased twice. Now, for every 100,000 Cubans, there are 32 super pensioners. This fantastic result is second only to the world record holder, Japan. However, SITE's results aren't 100%, as only half of the surveyed candidates could prove their age. On the basis of their histories, scientists have made a bold assumption.
We can assume that most of the centenarians do not suffer from chronic diseases. A low prevalence of cancer was identified, approximately 4.3%. Among centenarians is a very small percentage of diabetics, around 6%. Fewer still are suffering from Parkinson's disease, only 2%. Why do they not suffer from these serious diseases?
Casi todos los estudios coinciden en que tienen factores.
I think that there is a very strong genetic component. There are also features of the environment. For example, a low prevalence of toxic food has been identified. That is, if they have a healthy lifestyle, which is conducive to reducing the possibility of occurrence of chronic diseases. There is another important point: the reaction of these people to the problems of everyday life. We had a low level of stress, high resistance to stress.
Reaction to stress is individual and variable. As a rule, with age, psychological defense mechanisms become weaker. Many older people are irritable and vulnerable. They are quick to focus on the most minor problems. This excess backlash adversely affects the entire body.
If, for example, you tease a child about something or hit them, they will cry and feel the pain as much as the direct impact of pain on their body. And if it is an older child or an adult, he will feel and experience the pain much more, because he will be including mechanisms of psychological stress response. The more we worry about the stress, the longer it takes for us and continues, at least for ourselves. And in the end, it leads to a depletion of the body's resources and progresses diseases.
The Experience Project, the Centenarians' Rules of Life, shows most centenarians have increased stress tolerance. And Cuba is no exception. At 21, Arsenio Palacio became the main breadwinner in the family. After the death of his father, the care for his mother and 9 younger brothers lay on his shoulders. This happened in 1932. My name is Arsenio Palacio. I'm 103 years old and 2 months. The village of Vinales is a quiet place in the northwest of the country. Its first inhabitants in 1878 became tobacco planters. Modern Vinales is part of the agricultural region, which produces almost 70% of all Cuban tobacco. Like most villagers, Arsenio, from an early age, grew the raw materials for the famous Cuban cigars. Life was hard because it was in the field. And the field is hard. It's very hard to maintain. We need to work very hard. One should always get up before dark to put the time to good use. I cannot say that I was often nervous. Money was often not enough even for food, yes? But I've always believed in the best. Faith and willpower, the best assistance. It is interesting that for all the decades engaged in tobacco, the grandfather never smoked a cigar. And his one cigarette, a 103-year-old will remember his whole life. I smoked just one cigarette as a child. I was beaten hard for it. My father beat me, and I quit smoking forever. Rum, I also almost never drink. Well, maybe once a year for my birthday. Almost all my relatives have died early. I always thought that I would follow in their footsteps. And when I reached 90, I said to myself, all is well. I'm going to live as I want. The centenarian's mother died when he was not even 30. Over time, 7 of 9 brothers passed away. Arsenio's only wife died in 1991. Despite the severe shocks, the veteran demonstrates tranquility, discretion, and peace of mind. But what is this true psychological state? A special test for depression can clarify this situation. Was your life ever empty and meaningless? I think there were always enough worries and joys. Do you often feel sad? Oh no, no way. I am a very cheerful and happy person. Do you often worry or are anticipating something bad? Oh, concern has always been in my life, and there is now. But I have them eliminated. Have you ever felt left out, abandoned? No, never. A series of 30 questions that assess psychological state is a standard site gerontology project profile. Interpretation of the results will allow experts to conclude that the long-lived of Annales are far from apathy and melancholy. On a scale of 15 points, Arsenio scored 5. This means that he does not have depression, which is very typical of centenarians. The fact that the reaction mechanisms of longevity are not normal. He's different. If contact with tragic events occurs, accident or death of a family member, it is as if our life stops, and it takes a lot of time and effort to start it again, back in the pre-crisis state. With him, it's otherwise. We have to be calm, to believe in the best, and not sit idle. But the main thing is to think on what you're doing, and then everything will turn out. I still do not like to sit around. A busy man is always there. I fold clothes, I clean the house, I even polish shoes. Another characteristic feature of Cuban centenarians is autonomy. Even in their extreme age, they tend to care for themselves independently. The next stage of the research is dedicated to checking the physical form of an old-timer. There is a notion of fragility in geriatrics. This state of the body which has no more resources to overcome the stress. In this position, the person may lose the ability to work, get sick, or die. One of the signs of fragility are weight loss and physical impotence. With this instrument, I measure the compressive force of your hands. First the right, lower the hand, and squeeze it as hard as you can. Harder, harder. Can you see? 22 kilograms. And now with the left hand. Let's go. Strange. The left hand is stronger than the right. This fact has a simple explanation. The man was left-handed. But how to explain the surprising results of the old-timer? His performance on the dynamometer, the rate for a 60-year-old man.
The genomes of a 100-year-old person is not very different from the genomes of the common people. But some studies show that there are some positive mutations in these people, and these mutations belong to the genes responsible for maintaining bone, muscle, insensitivity to pain, lack of susceptibility to viruses, and so on. All of these genes ultimately result in increased stress resistance of the organism.
Mental and physical condition of old-timers does not cause them fears. Like other old-timers, Arsenio is under medical supervision. In addition to the local clinic, every Cuban home has a family doctor on watch, who lives next door. These specialists work 24/7. Affordable medicine, the pride of Liberty Island. Of the 11 million Cubans, 800,000 are working in the health system.
Most importantly, we have created a special program of care for the elderly. It is standardized for the whole country, not only for the capital. Even the most complex operations are conducted in a timely manner and free of charge. At least once a year, regardless of age and health, all pensioners are checked. And this is very important because the medical examination and preventative maintenance ensures the prevention of more serious consequences.
This medical center is located to the east of Havana. Its main patients are persons older than 60. Today, they are running a scheduled scan of Elvira Hernandez. At receiving, the Senora came and accompanied by her youngest son, Rafael. This veteran of the Cuban intelligence services recently turned 63 years old. He was born when his mother was 40 years old.
Good afternoon, Elvira Quintero. Come in. My name is Elvira Hernandez Quintero. I am 103.
Senora Hernandez is not an average Cuban. Her husband held an important position in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
My husband was in charge of external relations. He had a solid connection. We were often invited to various meetings. I remember very well one evening at the Czech ambassadors. They gathered all of the knights of a revolution. And Che Guevara abused them like they were children, like boys, because they had come in shirts. On a visit to the ambassador, one has to go sharply dressed, Che shouted. In general, he was a very, very nice young man.
Due to the high position of the head of Hernandez's family, they never experienced financial problems. The main mission for the future long liver became housekeeping. She is the mother of 3 children. Her grandchildren are scattered all over the world, from Canada to Poland.
My life, it is the people who surround me. My children, my grandchildren, my children's wife, and friends. Think, what is the point of living if I were alone? I'd felt like junk or something like that.
Serious emotional overload has bypassed the pensioner's side. The main stress factor for the organism has become a common one in Cuban habit. Elvira Hernandez smoked for about 70 years. Despite the dangerous passion, the woman kept good health. Her medical records show no chronic diseases. Another medical examination revealed no serious pathologies. Stable heartbeat rate, heart congestion is observed, no hypertrophy. This is all very good. As you smoked, there was a slight change in your lungs, but I think if you take care of yourself, you will definitely live for more than a year. Way to go, Senor Hernandez.
Caring for the elderly is built, first and foremost, with the banal proactive monitoring of all old people. I think that such a system in the first place, of course, can be implemented with free medicine, which allows everyone placed in the same conditions. That is, both at state level, the status of old people rises, then what activities are carried out to ensure that they feel necessary, useful, and intact in a physical or mental level, leads to the fact that they have completely different status in their families. They respect and care for them. This set-off measures practically pulls people out of decay and aging and gives them the years of active longevity.
Elvira Hernandez escaped from nicotine addiction by the insistence of doctors. For 13 years, she has had a completely healthy lifestyle. Still, the main component for this grandmother's longevity is mental health.
Never do anything bad in life. Help all those you can. Give help to those who need it. Those handling things badly, on the contrary, to please those you care about. You are young, have children, so then I'll be someone to fight for, and have a desire to live to see them grow, to see how they rise and come forward. This is the most important thing in life.
Our scientific trip to Liberty Island has come to an end. It's time to wrap up this installment of our expedition, the Centenarian's Rules of Life.
Everyone wants to live a long time, and from the results of our trip, we can say that the most important facet is a positive attitude, because ultimately it determines our physiological process in the body. Another important rule is the preservation of physical activity. This can be either physical education, it can be a game, it could be dancing, it could be singing, anything that gives a person pleasure and makes him actively pursue his time. Equally important are regular preventive medical examinations, which many people underestimate. And the last rule, build a close relationship within the family and outside it. This may be your neighbors or friends. The main thing, avoid loneliness in old age.
Russian scientists have made their conclusions. Our program continues to search for healthy longevity recipes. The next waypoint will be another amazing island of centenarians, Greek Ikaria, located in the Aegean Sea.
The village La Mansión on the Nicoya Peninsula in Costa Rica is in full swing with festive spirit. A local celebration is being devoted to the Honorable Donna Chilla, Lucia Aguilar. Today is her birthday. Rounding off 100 years is quite the jubilee. Among the 100 guests or so is the birthday girl's big sister, Juana. She will turn 103 in 2 weeks. Unlike her, the special lady of the evening can't see and hear too well. But the centenarian, Donna Chilla, is still strong enough to have a festive dance. This phenomenon has not been properly explained. There are places of power and healthy longevity on our planet. Hotspots with record concentrations of so-called long livers. On average, in Costa Rica, there are 14 long livers for every 100,000. On the Nicoya Peninsula, this amount is twice as big. That is 31 people. Fantastic. What is the secret of these unique regions? How can we overcome the powers of aging? To answer these and other questions, Russian scientists are going to travel all around the world.
God only knows why He still keeps me here.
Without knowing it, the long-term residents of these territories have already discovered the secret of a long and active existence. The trick is not to get your fingers. It might be hard to collect them afterwards.
The goal of this expedition is to examine the places where centenarians live. Guided by the examples of their lives, we will try to find the optimal formula for longevity, a centenarian's rules of life. Centenarian Rules of Life, Costa Rica. The Republic of Costa Rica. This small state, about the same size as the Voronezh region in Russia, is nestled between two continents. The country occupies a part of the neck of land that joins together the two Americas, North and South. My name is Konstantin Lemzayev. I work at the Belozersky Institute of the Moscow State University. I study biology. I'm 33 years old. Biologist Konstantin Lemzayev studies the mechanisms of aging. His subject of research is an elementary unit of the Earth, cells. The scientist's objective is to slow down the deterioration process of organisms at the cellular level. The inevitability of aging is questionable because, in fact, there are species which seemingly don't age. They are so-called species with negligible aging. Let's take the example of an albatross. These birds live for more than 40 years, but with age, instead of losing their functional activity, to the contrary, they become stronger, more resilient. However, they die for absolutely unknown reasons. With the age of 79, Costa Rica leads Latin America with the highest life expectancy. The most significant contribution to this achievement comes from one of the country's provinces, Guanacaste, situated on the Nicoya Peninsula. Scientists from around the world are amazed at the recorded ages of this region. My name is Gilbert Brenes. I'm a demographic analyst of the Central America Center of Demographics, a participant of the CRE-LES project. I'm 40 years old. In 2004, the Center of Demographics of the University of Costa Rica started a large-scale project comparable with a partial census of the population. Its target audience is Costa Ricans over 95 years old. Doctor of Science Gilbert Brenes has been a part of the project since its very beginning. This is the archive of our CRE-LES project, the research of age and health. These folders hold all the data we've collected on senior people. And in this folder is what you are most interested in, Nicoya. Yes, Nicoya. Are these maps? Yes, demographic maps of the peninsula. The segments highlighted in red are special places that have been selected through statistical techniques. Red zones on the map represent field expeditions. In the searches for long livers, demographers visited each and every house. The scientists wanted to know almost everything: the number of old residents, their ages, diseases, social status, injuries received by the centenarians in car accidents. The results of the surveys were analyzed using mathematical models. In the end, they obtained a large-scale picture of the country. What did the numbers show? Do you have any statistical summaries? Sure. In Costa Rica, there are 14 long livers per 100,000 of people on average. On the Nicoya Peninsula, this figure is twice as large, 31 people. Really fantastic. "31 long livers per 100,000 is a truly extraordinary result. In prosperous European countries, this number does not exceed 27 people. Why do these people live much longer than the average elsewhere? What is the reason? Is it the climate? Maybe this or some peculiarities of their behavior? Maybe some local traditions led to such a dense concentration of long livers? I think you need to look at the big picture because no single factor would significantly affect life expectancy. I think there's a little of this, a little of that, and as a scientist, I want to understand and compare it with other places where there are no long livers like this. Do you know why there are so many long livers here in Nicoya? We are still in the process of researching. So far, we have several hypotheses, but we do not know the exact answers. One version is the mild climate. It is less rainy here than in other parts of Costa Rica. Maybe the older population in Nicoya is surrounded by a larger number of relatives. And the last version, perhaps the people of Nicoya are genetically different from the rest of Costa Rica. There's one more thing that is distinctive about the seniors of the Guanacaste province. Even in their advanced age, they preserve strength and physical activity, really exceptional for their years. The Nicoya Peninsula is an agrarian region. As in the days of Spanish colonization, the Nicoyans have been engaged in agriculture and cattle ranching, mostly cows. The land here is cheap. Village houses with allotments of land are scattered great distances apart from one another. At the age of 88, Calixto Castilla has still not learned to drive a car. He's visiting his mom the same way he always does, by bicycle. Calixto's elder brother, Pablo, celebrated his 91st birthday in 2013. For more than 80 years, Pablo has been plow tailing. He got his first working area on the family field right after he finished elementary school. Pablo didn't attend any kind of school after that. His whole life has been this habit of working. I harvest rice. I sharpen hatchets, spades, and hoes. I've learned everything. I can do anything. And I continue to do it. But now I work only in the morning, when the sun isn't as hot. The rest of the day, until sunset, the old man spends in the shade of trees lounging in his favorite hammock adjacent to a cool ravine. I never feel bored. There's no meaning in feeling bored. It's stupid. Rejoicing over life, that's much more fun. When I'm there for too long, I take my donkey and ride to a place where I can chill out. That's where one of my daughters lives. I produced a whole bunch of children. I had about 18 kids. It's a twist of fate that Pablo has never succeeded in having his own household. He found his shelter in this bungalow.
My name is Francisca Castillo. I am 107 years old.
Out of respect, people call Francisca Castillo Carrillo Dona Panchita. Dona Panchita is a local celebrity. Her 168 direct descendants are living in Costa Rica. Of them, 8 are her great-great-grandchildren. Today, the old lady is scheduled to visit a doctor from the local Costa Rican social insurance facility. One of these women is Dona Panchita's distant cousin.
So how are you? Praise God. Everybody loves and remembers me. Will we go dancing? I used to be good at dancing. I topped everyone. But now I'm too old for this. No way, we'll dance certainly. But first let the doctor examine you. I've already danced enough. I passed the 100-year mark already. And by the way, I go in and out of the house, walk in and put my shoes on all by myself.
Donna Panchita is a strong woman. Back in her 90s, she used to visit her relatives on foot, covering up to 15 kilometers a day. The old lady began to complain about her health only on the threshold of her 100th birthday. As for the physical state of these aged people, I'd rather call them aged because they look pretty good for their age. Indeed, they have problems with joints, sometimes with vessels, but not all. What is common in their physical state? They have a healthy heart. Yet from time to time, they suffer from hypertension, of course. I mean, they have high blood pressure sometimes.
It's 110/70, doctor. How's my blood pressure? It's excellent. Thanks. God grant you good health. See? They say the pressure is excellent. It's incredible. Here you communicate with patients and understand that many of them are more than 100 years old. Like Donna Francis, they are perfect. They have special personalities. They have a great desire to live, which is vital.
Old age in Costa Rica is specially monitored by the state. Medical care in this country is free. Monthly in-home visits of doctors are part of a special program to help the elderly. The highest level of this program is a unique medical institution that is located in the capital of the country, the city of San Jose. I'm Dr. Fernando Morales Martinez, the General Director of the National Geriatrics and Gerontology Hospital. I am 65 years old. Chief Physician Fernando Morales Martinez is a gerontologist with 40 years of experience. When he began his career, the average life expectancy in Costa Rica was barely over 60 years. Now, people of this age are his youngest visitors to the National Geriatrics and Gerontology Hospital. There's an age limit in its reception ward. Its lower limit is 60 years, and there's no top limit. For example, these two roomies have already stepped over 80. Hello, Violetta. How are you doing? This senora suffers from several diseases: atrial fibrillation, elevated blood pressure, and heart problems. A regular issue. Is she the oldest patient of yours? No. We have older people, more than 100. Currently, we have patients of 101 and 103 years old. They undergo some treatment, and we don't want to disturb them. And who was the oldest one? Among those to have treatment here, they were a senior and senora of 111 years. We have a team of multidisciplinary specialists who practice a comprehensive approach to the problem of aging. We investigate memory loss, Alzheimer's disease, vascular, and mixed diseases. Diseases related to brain activity are an expected sign of aging. Our expert, Konstantin Lemzayev, was allowed to witness a series of diagnostics tests. In 2013, Maria Yelena turned 82. Her relatives noticed that the elderly senora had experienced slight memory lapses.
This is the Spanish version of CDR, Clinical Dementia Rating.
In how many questions?
It's
a lot of.
Dementia
is an acquired mental disability, the result of disintegration of neural connections. Age-related dementia has another trivial name: senile. A questionnaire and drawing tasks can detect it. Listen to me carefully, because I can only explain it once. You should draw a clock, large and round. Put all the numbers on it. The arrows should indicate 11:10. The team members of the centenarian rules of life are already familiar with this kind of test. Another expert of our project, biochemist Boris Fanuk, carried out this testing on another island of long livers, Italy's Sardinia.
I would like you to
Мы проведем небольшой
simple
тест.
test.
Я попрошу вас нарисовать часы и поставить время без 15 часов.
100-year-old Giovanni Brilla from the town of Onoferi has shown self-sufficiency and social adequacy which are extraordinary for his age. The simplicity of the questions actually perplexed him. Just a clock face?
Просто циферблат.
Signora Maria Yelena from Costa Rica is younger than the Italian long liver by 18 years. This significant age difference did not affect the outcome. They didn't go any further than the clock face circle and dial. The task is meant to estimate attention, concentration, so-called working memory, visual and spatial functions, and practical activity of a patient. The estimation ranges from 0 to 10. In this particular case, the Senora has scored 5 points, which means she might have dementia. We need to do some laboratory tests and research of the brain. 5 points isn't a guaranteed sentence, so to speak. Quite possibly, this nice Senora just has mild cognitive impairment. The reasons for this may vary: hypertension, diabetes, high cholesterol, or problems with the brain vessels. Memory lapses are not normal when people grow old. They are always preceded by some prerequisite. Yes, aging is unavoidable. It cannot be stopped, but it is possible to change it. Load your mind with reading, learning new languages, and of course, get more physical activity. For example, in the area of Guanacaste, in Nicoya, people adhere to traditional means of moving, like walking to a workplace, to school, like riding a horse, despite public transport, buses, cars, motorcycles. You should move, walk all the time. It's high time to visit the peninsula of energy and health. It takes 5 hours of traveling along narrow roads to get from the state capital San Jose to the Guanacaste province. Our target lies in the middle of the Nicoya Peninsula. The town of the same name, Nicoya, is the most ancient in Costa Rica. It was founded in 1523. In this town, our Moscow biologist had an appointment with the man who became Constantine's guide on this mysterious peninsula. My name is Jorge Vinda Lopez. I'm 50 years old. I am preoccupied with research of the longevity phenomenon on the Nicoya Peninsula. Jorge Lopez is a real devotee. Since 1998, he has been voluntarily meeting and supporting the Guanacaste province's inhabitants. It's not even a job. It is something that I enjoy. I learn a lot from these people. I spend many hours talking to them. In the province, there are 62 long livers. I have 10 people left who I have not met yet and who recently celebrated their birthdays.
Constantine, this is the Nicoya Peninsula. 3 centenarians live not far from here. 5 live here. And 10 more people right here. Who are we going to visit? Panchita is the nearest. She's 107. Here is Jose. He is 104. And here is Don Chale, 105. Choose the first one. The very fact of long livers is not surprising. Any population, even if it is genetically homogeneous, lives in the same conditions. In any case, there will be people who live longer than others. What is surprising is the high concentration of these long livers. It's really unusual. Here, where we have stopped, and within a radius of 20 kilometers around us, we've talked with 3 long livers. And in fact, there are many more of them. This is where Don Chale lives. He's 105. Let's go. I will introduce you to him. Good afternoon, Don Chale. Good afternoon. Senor, this is my friend, Constantine. He came from Russia to meet you. Hello. How do you feel? Thank you. Everything's good, as usual. How old are you already, Don Chale? I'm going to turn 106. That's a lot. How many more years do you want to live, Don Chale? Well, as many as God will give me. A few more or many? Many would be better. As many as possible. Jose Gutierrez, Don Chale, meets his guests on the porch of the family manor in the district of La Eladia. His father built a sugarcane processing plant. He used to own hundreds of heads of cattle. His son was successful in business too. He gave a substantial fortune to his children and grandchildren. Today, they are a real support to the long liver. Grandpa, it's too hot today. Drink some water. You sit here. I'm coming right now. We'll talk. In 2007, Don Chale completely lost his eyesight. I'm happy and content with my life. I'm surrounded by my family. I want to live up to 110 at least. Although death doesn't scare me. Whether you're afraid of death or not, it will come anyway. So it is useless to be in fear. Entrepreneurship demands considerable intellectual expense. Relatives still regard the head of the family a wise and discerning man. They've never seen him having forgetfulness. The old man remembers the events that happened 95 years ago pretty well, like the names of his classmates. Felix Alvarez, Pedro Aurora, Paulino Duran. That's the boys. And girls, Felipa Aviado, Casiana Alvarez, Ernestina Aguilar, and Luisa Gutierrez. They were my friends. It's hard to find a better candidate for research. The 105-year-old man boldly agreed to an unusual proposal, passing a rapid memory test. Don Chale, do you know what the date is today? What day is today? Wednesday? Today's the 10th, I suppose. Do you know where we are? La Eladia. Even moderate forms of dementia are marked by loss in time and space. so the first questions of the test are related to them. This man is blind. That's why the date question was not quite correct. I mean, if he had heard what the date is today, he would surely have answered it right. Otherwise, it's just down to his internal clock. He must have imagined it approximately, and in his case, it's difficult. But he said the weekday was wrong about the day, but just literally by one day. That is, overall, he passed it, I think. Repeat 3 words after I've said them. The words are a tree, sun, and a pencil. A tree, sun, and a pencil.
Okay.
The next questions are meant to be distracting. This is the last one of them. Do you have any problems with memory? Well, currently I don't have such problems, but I think I will probably lose it later. The last question. Do you remember the 3 words which I said to you before? A pencil? And I can't recall the other 2. I got distracted a little. There were many questions, and generally, he managed to remember all the words at the first attempt. It wasn't hard, but then, which I did not expect, he managed to reproduce one of the initial words. As we continue talking, it's becoming clear that Don Chali is not the first long liver in the Gutierrez family. His mother died in 1978 when she was 104 years old. It seems that a tradition of longevity has existed on the Nicoya Peninsula for a long time, but it has not been explored. Having started to investigate, asking questions, conducting 2-3-hour interviews with the long livers and their families, I found a señor whose mother died at 110, father at 104. At the moment, his brothers, who are more than 100 years old, live on Nicoya. Whether there are dynasties of centenarians is an open question in the world of gerontology. One of the tasks of our scientific journey is to find out the history of longevity of each of the unique zones. The simplest way to do this is to visit a local cemetery. In Italy, on the island of Sardinia, our project's expert faced a setback. After thorough searches, only one woman who lived to be 100 years old has been found there. Over there, Giovanna Brau. She was born in 1886 and died in 1986. Yes, just a couple of months after she celebrated her 100th birthday. Constantine, this is the Santa Cruz Cemetery. Many long livers found their peace here. A similar investigation on the Nicoya Peninsula led to the opposite result. To live long in this region is a tradition. This is Pedro Denarte Coronaro. He was born on June 10, 1857. Died in August of 1957. He is a long liver from the century before last. And how many long livers are here in total? About 20. 20. Yes, 20. And how many burials in total? About 15,000 people from the entire Santa Cruz region are buried across the cemetery. There are 3 settlements. The graves of 3 long livers were found at the Santa Cruz Cemetery during just a 10-minute survey. 2 of them died in the middle of the 20th century, when there were only a few hundred-year-old people on the whole planet. At the depths of the Nicoya Peninsula is a kingdom of traditional Costa Rican culture. The advances of civilization on this territory coexist with the century-old lifestyle of the Nicoya peasants. People here still cook food on open fires. The basic ingredient of national cuisine, maize, that is corn, is ground using simple appliances. In the Pizarro family, this maize grows on their own field. Everyday agricultural activities set the rhythm of life. Hot climate determines the strict daily schedule. The oldest Pizarro, Don Jose, has obeyed this regime for more than 100 years. My name is Jose Ibarra Pizarro. I was born in 1909. I'm over 100 years old. "104-year-old Pizarro wakes up at the first light of day, at 5:30. He has breakfast at 6 o'clock. His menu consists of the three main dishes: a maize flat cake, tortilla, then a dish named gallo pinto. This is a fried mixture of rice and beans. The breakfast ends with tamale, a roll of banana leaf with pieces of pork and maize flour. The long liver washes down this rich breakfast with a huge cup of coffee. For lunch, he is going to have the same. This is a very interesting place. Here the Nicoyan food is cooked the way it was before. There's no better place to understand the national cuisine. This is called cofradia. This tradition has existed since colonial times, when the Spaniards mixed with the locals and a place emerged where people would gather together to have a lunch. Is it regular food or do you have some kind of celebration now? This is normal. The long livers used to eat this food in their adolescence and childhood, and some of them still do. The meaning of cofradia is to cook all together and hand out part of it to the poor. Want to try? Yes. Taste it. This is chicheme. It is made of red maize called pujagua. How do you find it? Interesting taste. A little sweet. It's meat with rice. What kind of meat? Pork. Pork, not bad. How do you find the meat? Good. And this is tortilla. They have a lot of corn and beans. Do these people stick to a specific diet? They eat local food. That is, the food they have been used to since childhood. To me, this is unusual, of course. It is like fasting, almost without salt. It contains few spices, but it is quite nourishing. And people here are used to little portions. They eat a little, but they have enough fruit. According to statistics, long livers from the Guanacaste province almost never suffer from stomach cancer. Local gerontologists consider simple Nicoya cuisine a precondition for health and longevity. This diet is very modest, but sufficient as it contains necessary carbohydrates, fats, and proteins. These people need plenty of energy. The countryside requires them to be active because they need to harvest crops. The old family nest is a pride of the Pizarro family. 80 years ago, Don Jose himself built this house from valuable cedar wood. A workday in this region begins early at 6:30 and continues until 11 in the morning. Jose Pizarro stopped working in the field in his 80s. Now, this is the place where he walks down memory lane. When I was 20, only sugar cane was growing here. And now there are orange trees all over. And a river over there. Back in the day, I used to go there quite often. As in his youth, the long liver goes to bed at sunset, at about 6 in the evening. During the day, he eats about 10 oranges. Don Jose almost never falls sick. He reads newspapers without glasses. And he can hold a machete tightly in his hand at 104. The trick is not to hit your fingers. It might be hard to collect them afterwards. Too blunt to cut. A good sense of humor is a distinguishing feature of the Nicoya long livers. Despite their advanced years, all of them joke. They often laugh. For example, our granddad Jose complained that our expert didn't bring any Russian girls with him. I love to listen because I'm bad at telling jokes. But I myself can make one here or there, if they can stand it, or else they can punch me. The sense of humor of these centenarians is a sign of mental alertness. This was the motive for us to do one more experiment. Don Jose, could you repeat this picture right here? Here's a task from the cognitive ability test. To copy a picture of two crossing pentagons. Conclusions are made depending on the number of angles drawn. I had some doubts that he would be able to pass this test, the essence of which is to redraw geometric figures which are quite complex. But Don Jose really surprised me because, first, truly he was going through it with difficulty, but he kept going. That is very important. He made sure he kept going till the end. When leaving, Don Jose surprised us once more. The 104-year-old always carries a wallet with him, with money, and an identification card. A modern passport of a Costa Rican citizen is a plastic card. It has a barcode with data. During the exchange of old paper passports, owners of the new information card had to pass a multi-stage check. It was conducted by employees of the country's central archives. The National Civil Archives of the Republic of Costa Rica is a massive 6-floor building made of concrete. 3 floors are underground. Biologist Konstantin Lemzayev was allowed into the sanctuary of the archives, minus the 2nd floor. Parish books from all over the Republic, ones older than 100 years, are collected here. Here you are. Jose Maria Guevara Pizarro was born on September 13, 1909. The birth record was made on November 8, 1909. How old is this book? It was started on July 15, 1909, and was finished on June 25, 1910. There are books dating back to 1888. They contain everything, all births, marriages, and deaths. These shelves carry 15,000 volumes. The Catholic Church keeps strict documentation. If there's no such seal next to the record of the newborn, it means that the person is still alive. We asked archivist Rodrigo Vargaza to find a long liver who will have a birthday soon. Here she is, Lucia Usilda Aguilar Diaz. She was born on December 13, 1913. Exactly 100 years ago. Thank you. Pleasure to help you. On the day of her centenary, Lucia Aguilar, Donna Chila, grows younger in front of your very own eyes. She's getting a makeover, taking pauses to receive congratulations from her numerous relatives. Half of La Mansión is taking part in preparations for the celebration. Lucia Aguilar is the oldest resident of this urban village. When she was born, there was a simple village in its place.
I didn't think I would live for so long. But trust me, at the age of 100, I don't feel so bad, thank God.
Girl's in the front row. Her cousin is next to her. 102-year-old Juana came to the celebration from another town of Nicoya. Today, Lucia gets all the attention. Let's congratulate Lucia Aguilar from the bottom of our heart. She turns 100 today. The next point of the program is 10 minutes walk from the church. That is the local recreation center, a hangar that can accommodate 200 people. Inside, everything is ready for a banquet. Balloons with a photograph of Donna Chila, a treat, and no alcohol. Public events on the peninsula are non-alcoholic. To have fun, the Nicoya citizens need only one motive: good company, and a marimba. That is a type of xylophone. They are special people. I've never seen anything like this before. You can feel a whole wave of optimism coming from them. I think it's because of the lifestyle here. Well, there's just no reason to feel bad. So many people around and they're all pleased to see you. The climate is good, it's nice, and comfortable to live here. It's getting dark. The party is in full swing. Another resident of Guanacaste has become a centenarian. The culmination of the holiday is the piñata, with the number of 100. The candies inside the papier-mâché ball are a symbol of longevity. The battle for sweets is getting earnest. To live long, you have to constantly move forward. The scientific expedition to the Nicoya Peninsula is coming to its end. The expert biologist of the project, Konstantin Lemzayev, writes on the sand his centenarian rules of life. Certainly an important factor is physical activity. Even very old people here try to get on the move at every possibility. Apart from that, the bright impression that I had after communicating with the long livers are because of their optimism, which is simply over the top, especially for some of them. And the last factor, most likely, affordable medical care. Without doubt, you must look after your health every now and then. The next expert of our program will have a different longevity zone ahead of them.